so good at it, so. I'm over here, but. Good morning. We're on a pretty tight schedule, so I'm going to get started, and then people will hear my voice and all magically come into the room. So welcome and thank you for coming today. We're going to get to all the smart people in a minute, I promise, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank all the great speakers we've lined up for you today. These are truly the best and the brightest in the industry. I also want to thank Scott McDonald, the PDRF, ARF, and our sponsor, Media Radar, too, for their support. And Kevin Radix, too, is really a big help in getting this set up. So I don't think he's here in the room yet, but there he is. Thanks, Kevin. I also want to encourage our MPA Magazine members to continue these discussions by joining our research committee, which meets regularly throughout the year. If you're interested in joining, you could just send me an email at tsarcone@magazine.org. We're going to be tweeting from this event, and we encourage you to use hashtag MPA Research if you're going to be tweeting. So now, without further ado, I'll turn it over to Scott McDonald, SVP of Research at Condé Nast Publications.
Thank you, Tony, and I will add to the thanks. Also thanks to, well, again, to the ARF who not only promoted this event, but made a very nice showing at the symposium in Nice. And is working with PDRF to kind of figure out ways of moving forward together, and we very much appreciate that. And a shout out also to Hearst for providing us with this beautiful facility for a meeting, quite like this hall. I provided to the MPA last week, and I think it's in the packet somewhere that you are picking up. If not, we will be able to send it to you through an email afterwards, a very nice summary of the entire symposium in Nice that was written by Manfred Merrick from WARC. There's a lot that happens over the course of 4 very, very packed days. A lot of information that's transmitted, a lot of heavy-duty discussion that takes place. That's kind of the secret sauce of that conference. We don't have the luxury of enough time to be able to really replicate all of that. This is a very compressed version of what takes place at the symposium, but kind of a selection of greatest hits and the most convenient hits, the things that are most likely to be able to be done because people are close enough to New York to be able to participate, and also the things that are the most likely to be of value to the audiences in New York. And I guess this is maybe about the 10th year that we've done this recap, and hope to continue doing that. As the program chair for PDRF, I wanted to take this occasion to highlight at least a few of the standout parts of the symposium in Nice that will not be presented today, just so you have some idea of that. In general, you're going to see a bunch of papers or précis of papers. The full papers are up on the website. I encourage you, if there's anything that interests you, the full papers are really quite detailed. They can be of unspecified length. They often are extremely detailed, extremely useful, but the presentations are in a very, very confined amount of time. So treat each one of these as a teaser to find out whether it could provide some information that would justify your going and actually getting the paper. They're all free on the website. First of the sort of standouts from the symposium that will not be here today was the keynote address by Professor Philip Napoli. He's a guy who made an academic career. He's a professor here at Fordham, although moving soon to Rutgers. He's made an academic career of studying in detail how audiences are measured and how that measurement affects media economics. So it's kind of his most recent book, which I would recommend to you, is basically a book about what we do. And he's studied us the way that Margaret Mead would go out and live among the natives and write up about their odd behaviors. He told the symposium that we are entering the era of the algorithmic audience, a transition that he sees as being the biggest shift in measurement dynamics in over 70 years. And he drew a lot of parallels between the period that we're in now and the early audience research around radio, which was based on listeners' letters for or against certain programs, which he characterized as being very similar to what we are studying now when we look at social media. So he's taking a sort of historic view. He discussed the cultural divide between the audience exposure metrics that are the mainstays of our currency measures and audience engagement metrics that we use very frequently when we don't like the exposure metrics, and speculates on how those might be exploited by content providers, particularly those at various points along the long tail who don't have a lot of reach. He gave the conference several very memorable phrases, including audience dark matter, stakeholder resistance, and those got repeated throughout the 4 days that we were together and made quite an impact on the audience. And he's a very insightful guy. As I say, you would do well to read his book, which was published last year by Columbia University Press, Philip Napoli. As in the past, many of the papers that we encountered at the symposium described efforts to measure the multi-platform reach of magazines and newspapers. And some of the best of these this last time came from the Low Countries, from Belgium and the Netherlands. And I recommend those papers to you as well. These extended a debate that had begun at the prior symposium in San Francisco, which asked about the relative merits of, in recall surveys, either asking print first as opposed to asking brand first. You actually get pretty different numbers, as we heard about 2 years ago at this event, depending upon which of these which approach you take. Papers from Scandinavia described efforts to integrate passive measures of digital reading with survey-based measures of print-based reading. And then Catherine Page presented her global survey of audience research studies that found that in 18 different countries now, they're using some sort of fusion or fusion technique to bridge the gap between passive and self-reported audience measures, though the problem of correctly estimating duplication and net reach remains a very controversial subject for the PDRF participants. Perhaps of greatest relevance to this audience would be a paper by Josh Chasen, a person well known in this room, Josh Chasen from ComScore, who's on the program later this morning, with a separate paper. But he wrote a paper that is up on the website that lays out the rationale for ComScore's approach to representing cross-platform and cross-device duplication. Again, a fairly controversial point of view. Many of you already know about that and trying to anchor it to single-person households and extrapolate from that to duplication for more complex household types. But in his words, ComScore doesn't believe fusion is the first best solution to the problem of digital multi-platform measurement, because with fusion, estimates of cross-platform duplication are an outcome of the process, not an input to it. It's sort of a red flag kind of statement, and one that provoked a considerable amount of interesting discussion at the symposium. His paper goes on to describe ComScore's solution using a virtual panel of single-person households as a window into cross-platform duplication. So none of these papers could, because of time constraints, be included, time or geographic constraints could be included in today's proceedings, but they still, I think, would deserve your attention, and they can all be downloaded from the PDRF website. So for today, we have a very jam-packed session with a selection of papers that hopefully can be useful to you in your work. Many of the presentations have been radically shortened to fit into the available time. So please treat all of them as teasers, as invitations to read the full papers and build your own base of knowledge about our rapidly evolving field of audience research. And with that, I would like to introduce Dr. Julian Boehm, who will give the first of the substantive papers of the day.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, everybody. This is, as Scott has said, an abbreviated presentation of the paper that was delivered in Nice. And there are many, as was noted in Nice, co-authors to this paper, too many to mention individually other than to thank Condé Nast, Hearst, Meredith, and Time for their participation by sharing their data with us, and also to thank my co-authors. The agenda, very briefly, is that we'll talk about the research opportunities and challenges that from digital editions that we have from passive data, the demand for reach and frequency models for digital editions, some very quick background on the history of how reach and frequency models originated both in the UK and then in the US, the looming issue, the opportunity for research that passive data presents to us, the methodology employed in our study using passive and survey data, but I only speak to the passive data that we collected. The survey data, which is voluminous, is mentioned, and I encourage in the paper, and I encourage you to take a look at it. Some examples of the modeling that was done, and conclusions and future steps. Now, the research opportunities and challenges are multifold, but with digital editions, and here we're talking really, we're not talking about websites, we're talking about digital editions of the magazine that is either on Adobe, iPad, Nook, Kindle, etc. There is an immediate need from agencies and advertisers, which I assume many of you in the audience today understand, for information on the digital editions, not only audience, but for how audience for digital editions work in conjunction with paper edition audiences. And the challenge and opportunity is also that for the first time, as opposed to survey data for paper editions, passive data, which represents openings of issues, are available now from Adobe and from other sources, but unfortunately, they are for low incidence behaviors at this point. So in particular, two of the questions that arise are, can we combine the audiences for paper and digital editions? And also, can we assume that the models that were developed and that are used in all the deliverable systems that you have over a half century ago for paper are still applicable when we talk about digital editions? That is the behavior over time similar for digital editions as it is for paper editions, or is the underlying model appropriate for it? Now, very briefly, the historical research on reach and frequency came from G.P. Hyatt's paper in the London School of Economics in 1958. That was based, however, on diary data for a small number of observations. In fact, it was based, I believe, on 13 weeks of collected data for 3 newspapers as opposed to magazines. And it was limited for reach and frequency for a single publication, not for a campaign that would reflect audience build across a number of publications. So what is the looming issue? Well, in all models that have been developed to assess reach and frequency, it is clear that, as Smith and Noyens say, it is impossible to collect data from the same respondents for a large number of issues of a publication or different publications. We need models to estimate exposure distributions that are outside the range available in the survey data. And the key point here is not only the demand for a large amount of data, but the limitations of having to be able to collect these data via surveys. However, the passive data availability for the digital editions provides us with a wonderful opportunity to use it to create or evaluate the models. First of all, every reading event is tagged. Secondly, there's a continuous stream of data over time. Thirdly, we have the ability, at least through Adobe, to track unique machine openings over time. By machine openings, every edition of a particular magazine opening is measured using, identified with a machine ID app. The machine ID app is unique for each different digital edition, so you can't measure duplication across titles at this point. And this is census rather than survey data. And this obviously provides us with the opportunity. As I mentioned before, we got cooperation from Condé Nast, Hearst, Meredith, and Time. what we were able to collect from them over a period of 4 months is unique openings for 4 consecutive issues. We also tabulated all combinations of openings for 1, 2, 3, and 4 issues for 21 magazines. That means how many opened any 2 of those issues, how many opened only 1 of those 2, and then extended out to 4 issues. And we tabulated the frequency distribution for 4 cumulative issues, for example, 1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, and 4 of 4 for 17 of those magazines. What that enabled us to do is actually show reach over a number of issues from 1 to 4, but at the end of 4 issues to establish how many of those readers read either 1, 2, 3, or 4 of the issues. So we actually have the empirical data for which we could fit models. And we then reverted to the beta binomial model to fit the data. So we compare the beta binomial to passive data for reach and frequency. We used, and this is very important, the average issue, which is what we called C1, and the 2-issue cumulative audience, which is C2, and fit C3 and C4. We knew what C3 and C4 were from the empirical passive data. Now we were modeling it based on the using the beta binomial to project onto or estimate what the C3 and C4 would be. And we used the same model for building frequency out of 4 issues. Here are here are examples of the modeling and how it fits. I want to emphasize for C1 and C2, the model and the empirical data are the same because those are the inputs you need to extend to C3 and C4. So this is the passive data, and don't read these numbers. These audiences are kind of standardized, so you can't assess that they talk about 1.9% of the population. And this is the model data, and you can see the very closeness of fit between the two. For the same thing applies for a second magazine. You can almost not distinguish between the 2 lines. Third magazine. Fourth magazine. And a 5th magazine. So we were very encouraged by the goodness of fit of the beta binomial for the accumulation over issues. And I should also comment quickly that there are others, other modelers who believe there are better fits than the beta binomial, and they might suggest new approaches for reach and frequency, but we were testing the one that has been used in magazine reach and frequency for years. Then we looked at the reach and frequency, the number of issues read out of 4. Again, if you compare the empirical, the passive data with the model data, the fit is extremely close. And if there are differences, you'll note that the model data, if for the infrequent readers, 1 of 2 and 1 of 4 and 2 of 4, when aggregated, are extremely close, as they are for 3 of 4 and 4 of 4. Here's a perfect example. The 1 of 4, 2 of 4, and the 2 of 4 are different, but when you combine them, they're extremely close, within 0.003. Now, we replicated this study for survey data, and all the companies that cooperated with us provided us with subscribe and authentic and actually paper subscriber respondents as well for a sample for which to conduct the study. I'm not showing the results other than to tell you that the beta binomial worked very well there, but one of the issues that came out, which is worthy of discussion, is that the turnover from 1 issue to 2 issue was not the same for the passive model, passive data as it was for the survey data. But what are the conclusions and further steps? Well, one of the astounding things is that the passive data did validate using the beta binomial. And what is also astounding is the validation occurs well over 50 years after Hyatt introduced his paper in 1958 and also used survey data to do so. There is now an opportunity to extend reach and frequency across titles to evaluate campaigns using passive data. But if you can't collect the passive data, we now have the inputs to use the beta binomial to fit it beyond 2 issues. The passive data should be used as baselines for average issue and reach and frequency, but we believe a hybrid approach appears desirable. Jim Collins and Jay Matlin of GFK MRI will talk about one particular approach and generic issues involved in a hybrid approach. And finally, because we were able to conduct a study both using passive data and survey data, there is always an opportunity now to compare passive data to survey data and a number of future areas for research. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. And now we will hear an update on an old favorite subject about print wear out, whether it exists, and whether we should care, from Britta Cleveland.
I have a timer of 10 minutes, great. Great, thanks, Scott. And just as a point, this was actually presented with Julian, and the paper is actually written primarily in conjunction with Karen Ring from GFK MRI, so thank you to both of them. So, let's get started here. Is this the right one? Wrong one. Okay. As Scott said, print wear out revisited. It's been a while since we've done something on print wear out. So the question is, does wear out actually exist in print? So let's talk about wear out a little bit. Wear out is defined as the point at which an ad begins to lose the ability to achieve its communication objectives and, importantly, to generate a response. Wear out is a function of frequency, flighting, and messaging of a single piece of creative. Because of these variables, there are many factors that can influence the rate of wear out. Everything from the creative execution to media scheduling and competition can have an impact. Creatively, ads perceived to be confusing, annoying, or poor quality are likely to wear out quickly, and conversely, messaging that is extremely compelling may need limited frequency to generate action. So, while there's been much research devoted to understanding TV wear out, very little has been done in the area of print wear out, and I think if you talk to Sandy Jimenez over at the MPA, he gets a question all the time, and he's referring to data from 50 years ago. But advertising and TV itself is very different than print. So, print is an active medium where the reader controls the experience. The reader actively chooses if an ad is relevant for them, and they absorb the message in their own time frame. On the other hand, TV ads must be learned in 15 to 30-second increments and therefore may require more frequency. Then there's the time of exposure. Frequency of exposure to an ad is far lower than for TV commercials. Average frequency for magazines is roughly only three times, so it isn't likely that a reader that is exposed to the ad will be concentrated in the same kind of time frame as with TV. So the longer lag time means that a certain level of forgetting will occur before the next exposure, so maybe not as much frequency is required. Finally, magazine messaging is more targeted than TV when it's in print. Work done by Millward Brown in the early 90s found that on average, ad awareness from the first exposure to print ads is 1.8 times higher than TV. Therefore, the initial efficiency of a typical magazine ad is greater than the initial efficiency of the typical TV ad. So just a brief recap of the Millward Brown study. In 1991, Millward Brown conducted what was to become really the landmark research on creative wear out in magazines. And as you can see from the chart, they observed that at the third exposure frequency level, advertising awareness response begins to deteriorate and drops significantly after the fourth exposure level. Subsequent exposures still register as a reminder of the brand message, even though they don't contribute to additional ad awareness. But as you can see from this definition of wear out, it's focused on awareness and not on action. So we thought it was time for some fresh thinking, and we found a campaign which we thought was ideal for 3 reasons. First, This is Ken's salad dressing. They were launching their first ever advertising campaign, so there was no previous awareness of the product from any advertising, whether it be in print, TV, video. They built their brand through trade and in-store support. Second, the print campaign was running exclusively in the Meredith publications, so we had exact control over that campaign. And finally, the campaign ran over a consecutive monthly time frame, which was critical for measuring the wear out. So I'm going to take you through really quickly methodology. Basically, we had 5 publications that it ran in across Meredith titles. They ran from in a 6-month time period from May to October. We went through the methodology we used was the Starch methodology, so we're looking at noted and read most. We looked at focusing primarily on Better Homes and Gardens because it had the lion's share of the reach, but we also looked at readership of the ad in the other magazines to give us a point of comparison. So as I said, noted. I think everyone here understands what the Starch methodology is. I'm not going to go into that. Again, we looked at Better Homes and Gardens and also at the duplicated readers. Now, this is important to look at. These are the 6 months of ads, and as you can see, the ads look very similar. There's 2 different executions of the same campaign, but essentially it's one campaign. So we're measuring how often can we run this ad before you start to see deterioration and wear out. Okay, so analysis by month. So when you look at this page, you can see that the bulk of the exposure was exclusive to Better Homes and Gardens. And now this is a key slide when you're looking at noting and average actions taken by month. The sample wasn't longitudinal, and this is kind of important. Respondents were not asked whether they recalled Ken's ads that appeared in previous issues. So these scores are specific to that month only. From this chart, we can make 2 observations. There's no consistent pattern of decline of wear out among the Better Homes and Gardens exclusive readers at each point in time. Average noting scores and actions taken scores are consistently higher among multi-title readers than for Better Homes and Gardens exclusive readers. We know that these respondents recalled the Ken's ad in Better Homes and Gardens and had at least one opportunity to see in other Meredith publications. This suggests that a multi-title schedule is more likely to contribute to higher noting and action scores than a single title schedule. The fact that noting was higher among the multi-title group would seem to suggest a counter-argument to wear out. Noting may actually increase the number because of multiple exposures rather than decline. This is looking at the frequency distribution, and you can see that the majority, when you're in Better Homes Gardens, you had an opportunity to see at least 6 ads, and of the other campaigns, it was between 1 and 5. And I'm going kind of quickly here. The exposure levels were grouped, and this is really just because it was a small sample size, the exposure levels were grouped into 1 to 3 and 4 to 6, and you can see noting scores were higher for multi-title readers, again, suggesting that multiple titles had higher contribution to the ad recall than exposure in a single title. And results for questions related to purchase, and this is kind of important and different from the original Miller-Brown study where it was more about awareness. This is about action. They show a similar pattern of noting results. Purchase potential was higher among the multi-title readers versus Better Homes and Gardens only. And then when looking at net actions taken, we see a similar pattern on purchase consideration. Likelihood to take an action decreases at higher exposure levels. Again, the exposure levels for multi-title readers at the upper end of the scale represent a potential of 16 to 24 exposures. Fewer respondents took action at these extreme levels, possibly because they may already have taken an action at the time of initial exposure, but low sample sizes, we aren't able to show meaningful differences. Another dynamic we measured was the extent of the copy that was read. Not surprisingly, less copy was read by respondents at the higher exposure level because while the percent of copy read wasn't a direct indicator of wear out, it's interesting to note that although less of the ad is read over time, the ad still serves as a reminder of the consumer to the product. Remember, people probably have read the ad, don't have to read it again, they're just reminded. The final wear out indicator was brand awareness, and as illustrated in this chart, unfamiliar with the brand was slightly higher at a lower exposure level. Due to low sample sizes, statistically it wasn't relevant. So just a quick summary. No definitive evidence of a pronounced wear out effect for this campaign. No noting scores, or noting scores remained consistent across exposure levels. Overall noting scores were significantly higher for multi-title readers. This suggests that ad exposure in multiple titles had higher contribution to ad recall than a single title. And some evidence of wear out on a purchase behavior exists and actions taken, but the data is far from conclusive here and are only suggestive at extremely high exposure levels. And finally, brand awareness levels increased slightly across the length of the campaign. Now, just one final slide here. When you look at this slide, you can see that we actually did an analysis, and I'll talk about this a little bit later today, of actual sales as a result of this campaign, and found a real indicator that wear out is not taking place. Because when you look at the chart, you look at the green line above, that shows the exposed group, and the orange line represents the unexposed group, and consistently throughout the campaign, even at the end, the exposed group is continuing to buy the product. So overall, our findings suggest that magazine wear out may not be a concern for magazines, at least in monthly magazines. Unlike the results from the Millward-Brown study in the 90s, our data did not confirm the presence of wear out in monthly magazines. Any impact of repeat exposure was observed at levels well above the 3+ benchmark established in the UK MagTrack studies. Sales data further calls into question any negative effect of repeat exposure. So the implications for advertisers are that print ads have a relatively long shelf life, thereby reducing the need to produce new creative executions every month. And brand messaging opportunities are maximized across multi-title campaigns versus a single title buy. And finally, magazines offer advertisers the ability to maintain awareness and recall over a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Britta. Our third paper in this session on integrating print and digital into audience models was actually a prize winner, won Best Technical Paper at the symposium, as Dr. Jim Collins.
Thank you, and good morning. Mobile, and more particularly the growth of mobile devices, apps which run on them, and the revenue opportunities laying therein are an important focus for media companies and hence the research firms servicing them. Magazines and print generally are seeing opportunity with respect to both subscription and advertising revenue, and as such, the app revenue model is more reminiscent of the hard copy than the internet one, and desirably so from the magazine's perspectives. With that said, challenges remain to the realization of this attractive revenue model. Mobile magazine app audiences have to be effectively measured, and all the better if that includes against consumer targets. Moreover, agencies and advertisers are requiring that magazines demonstrate the value of mobile magazine app exposure. In short, how valuable is it, and how much hence ought to be paid? Thus, the challenge for media measurement. How to measure magazine mobile app audiences given their comparatively small sizes at the moment. How to measure these audiences to the level of individual consumer targets, a dimension intrinsic to much print audience measurement. How to better demonstrate the value of mobile magazine app advertising. Now, these are all, in some sense, challenges of what Scott McDonald and others have well characterized as measuring the increasingly long tail of the media. Now, these challenges are neither new nor necessarily particularly unique. Television, with household meter and personal diary integration, for example, and many of the panel server methods used in much internet audience measurement today, offer a strategy: hybridization. In this case, integrating big data, server-centric information for universe sizing, granular app use, and reading characteristics with the breadth and richness of survey-based research, demographics, consumer targets, and potentially also other media. Now, how is this hybrid integration to be achieved? The subject of this work involves a frequency-based methodology involving Adobe Site Catalyst data and GfK MRI's Survey of the American Consumer. And we want to emphasize that this is very much a prototype to help shape our thinking rather than a fully realized product offering at this time. Now, the Site Catalyst mobile app data we are using is for a Condé Nast General Interest Weekly covering the period March 1st through April 10th, 2013. 8 issues were current in this period, and a total of approximately 160,000 app users read one or more of those issues. The GfK MRI data is from the spring 2013 survey of the American consumer. Now let's briefly review the integration process. Displayed is a chart of the reading frequency of the Condé Nast title for the 8 mobile app issues during the March and April period. As this site catalyst data is a snapshot of a continuing phenomena, albeit a fairly panoramic one, frequency is developed by identifying the first issue in the period for which a mobile app user had reading, and then determining how many subsequent issues they read. For example, the leftmost column is for the mobile app users who had reading for the earliest of the 8 issues, and is the number of total issues they were present in, to a maximum of 8. Now, there is certainly left truncation and right censoring, but this 8-issue period is fairly robust with respect to frequency classification. And in fact, the resultant turnover rates are very similar to those found by my colleague Julian Bayman, presented a few moments ago. Now here is the GfK MRI frequency data for demographics and several consumer targets for the same Condé Nast weekly. Now, because of sample size and the relatively low incidence of mobile app use, this is not a distribution of mobile app readership, but rather of the title's audience for the universe of tablet and e-reader owners. In short, the universe of people who could read the magazine app on a mobile device because they simply own a mobile device. Now, with both the site catalyst and the MRI data characterized by frequency, the integration simply involves imputing the relevant MRI measure, a demographic, a consumer target, etc., onto the site catalyst data as a probability, controlling for frequency within 3 basic device makers. This is characterized by site catalyst: Apple, Amazon, and I've aggregated together all others. Now let's begin to look at this mobile magazine app composition resulting from the integration. Now here we have the demographic characteristics. More female than male, 35 to 54 is the largest age group, and clearly higher household income and education skews. Beyond demographics to consumer targets. Here the proportion of the app readers who use a particular financial services mutual fund brokerage firm. Now, given the diachronic nature of the site catalyst data, we can easily develop granular, detailed readership metrics. Here, the individual issue accumulation distributions and the aggregate multi-issue reach accumulation. The individual issue accumulations conform to the expectations we have for weeklies. Most of the accumulation occurs in the early days of the issue's lives. Now here we have the same metric, but this time for the financial services target. We will examine this in more detail in a moment, but we can see that the individual issues accumulate just a bit more quickly. Financial service target readers read earlier in the issue's lives. Now, the granular site data supports a myriad of sorts of analyses, previously the provenance of television and occasionally internet audience measurement. Here, the daily visitor levels by individual issue and total against comparable cumulative visitor levels on the vertical and horizontal axes, respectively. I will note humbly that this chart did win a prize for the most cluttered and confusing. But the important things to remark about it is we can see the marked 7-day periodicity, most exposure occurring in the first few days of the issue's lives. Similarly, we can see the average frequency by color, blue to red, low to high, and audience size by the size of the circles. Now, these are only a few of the sorts of detailed diachronic audience analyses derivable from this granular data. The options for analysis are almost boundless and really outperforming what can be done with television and internet audience data at this moment. Now here we see the issue's performance with respect to time spent on a day-by-day basis. The abrupt peaks coincide with the availability of the issues for downloading. But what is also interesting is the rise in time spent for the previous issue around the time of the release of the subsequent issue. Now this time period coinciding with the weekend for this particular app. Now this may be an artifact of first, some readership having a chance to catch up with the week's issue after a busy work week, or turning again to the issue for weekend activity information, or perhaps something else. But the point is that abundant data offering abundant opportunity for understanding mobile magazine app reading behaviors is clearly available. Now here's another view of the day-by-day patterns of the 4 reading metrics, this time using something called autocorrelation on the site catalyst data in a time series. On the diagonal from the top left, we have daily visitors, daily time spent, daily ad views, and daily editorial views. The 7-day periodicity is again clearly evident. Lots of exposure in the early days of the issues, decay to low levels midweek, and slight rise at the end of the week. We can even see how individual ads and editorial, this came in second in terms of the most cluttered chart. Here we can even see how individual ads and editorial content perform. Here we have 2 financial service ads from the March 18th, 2013 issue by time spent. Again, the sorts of patterns with which we are becoming familiar. Now let's talk about these ads in some more detail. Using techniques taken from what is variously termed survival analysis or hazard analysis or event history analysis, we have developed Cox proportional hazard models for these 2 ads. In the worlds of medical research and engineering, these are pessimistically termed time to die models. In the rosier worlds of media and market research, time to buy. Now, that was a joke, folks. Okay. It rhymes, you say, yeah, okay. Went over as big and nice as it did here. Okay. In particular, we want to consider the question, how quickly and to what proportion do readers of the mobile magazine app come to see the ads? Now, in the case at hand, Tame Your Taxes and Chartered Retirement Planning Counselors. And viewing the ads is defined as spending 2 or more seconds on the ads pages. Now, the solid dotted line is for the financial service target group we considered earlier, and the lower cross-dotted line for the non-target group. Now, clearly, for both ads, the target group views the ads earlier in the issue's life and to a consistently higher proportion until the final days. The mobile magazine app seems to be performing nicely for the advertiser. Now, let's consider another example, exploring the Peruvian Amazon. Oops. Thank you. Okay, so now let's consider another example, exploring the Peruvian Amazon, a lasting experience. In this case, we have 3 different thresholds for what constitutes viewing the ad: 1, 2, and 5 seconds spent viewing. Now, while the total proportionality declines as we increase the time threshold, the target, this time foreign travel for MRI, performs consistently at higher levels, both with respect to time to viewing and proportionality. Finally, let's consider an ad where the performance difference between the target and the non-target group is minimal. This case is for Dolce & Gabbana perfume ad, and the target is young women. Now, while the target group is maybe a bit stronger overall, there is really no substantial difference. And the question is why? Well, the answer, I think, lies in the location of the ad. Page 1 is characterized by Site Catalyst or the inside cover. In short, pretty much everyone, target or non-target, is going to see this ad, and as the ad is very visually compelling, most readers are going to spend the required 2 minutes constituting viewing. Now, in short, the data seems to make sense, and most importantly, the performance of the ads in the mobile magazine app against the primary target groups seems to be strong. Secondly, these sorts of analyses are very much of a piece with those employed by algorithmic or programmatic buying for internet advertising, models developed to optimize the ad buy to promptly and efficiently deliver the ad to the intended target. These analytic techniques, when applied predictively in combination with the ability of publishers to dynamically serve ads through their mobile magazine apps, is a potentially compelling offering to advertisers. In short, the ability to dynamically achieve improved ROI. Finally, let's briefly look at some broader relationships, both ad to ad and advertising to editorial consumption. Now, on display is a heat map, a graphical display of correlations and clusters. In this case, among ads, hierarchically clustered in the rows, an editorial hierarchically clustered in the columns, an ad with editorial relationships at the box intersections. Considering the 2 financial services ads we have focused on previously, we can see that they are in adjacent rows and looking at the left-hand column in the same low-level cluster. In short, mobile app readers who view one of these ads tend to view the other, and they exhibit the same patterns of editorial consumption. This is for the total mobile app readership. Now, here is the same analysis, but this time against the financial service target group that we spoke about previously. We note that the 2 ads that we just mentioned a moment ago cluster together, just as you would expect, but now also a third entity, the business page, becomes clustered with them, where previously it was not so. Just as you would expect, readers in the financial services target are reading all 3 ads, the advertising working effectively against the intended target. In conclusion, this prototypical exercise suggests first that it might be worthwhile exploring this sort of work in the context of other mobile magazine apps. Second, the granular mobile magazine app Big Data allows for detailed temporal and content analysis, heretofore the preserve of television and the internet. Third, the integration of survey-based demographic and consumer targeting information with site-centric granular big data allows agencies and advertisers to better understand how to place their advertising and for the magazine media to more effectively and profitably sell their desired targets. And finally, and perhaps most ambitiously, the integration of detailed consumer targeting information, time-based predictive models, and dynamic app ad serving are a foundation from which magazines can effectively and demonstratively deliver their audiences to advertisers and hence capture an appropriate share of the mobile app advertising revenue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. And to conclude this first section, our third presenter from MRI this morning, Jay Matlin.
So good morning, everybody. Well, thank you. Let me start with a question. By a show of hands, who knows what this is? Okay, not quite as many as I'd hoped. But anyway, this is an RFID tag. And at the 2005 Readership Research Symposium, I delivered a paper, co-authored by Scott McDonald, on using RFID technology to passively measure paper copies of magazines. So, in other words, this is what passive measurement of print looked like in 2005. Now, this is what passive measurement of print looks like now. In the 8 years since that 2005 symposium, the concept of passive measurement of print has evolved from providing paper copies with an electronic footprint to tracking the existing electronic footprint of digital editions. Since these types of footprints are different, it is important for us to understand the advantages, implications, and limitations of this new kind of passive measurement. So there are really two ways of passively measuring the electronic trails of digital magazines. In the first approach, which we've talked about in the last couple of sessions, an electronic code is embedded in the digital magazine app itself. This code records and transmits data to the publisher on the usage of that app for every user of that app. I'll refer to this as the app-centric approach. In the second approach, a panel of people is recruited to download software in the form of an app onto their mobile devices. The software records and transmits data to the research supplier on the usage of all apps on the panelists' devices, as well as, in many cases, usage of the mobile web. I'll refer to this as the panel-centric approach. I'm going to explore these two approaches within the framework Scott and I used in the 2005 RFID paper, which consists of examining the impact of new measurement systems in four general areas: economic issues, specifically the non-research costs incurred by publishers to implement the new system; political issues, particularly privacy concerns; research-related issues; and technical issues. So let's first talk about the app-centric approach, starting with the economic and political issues. Publishers do bear some cost in implementing app-centric measurement by having to pay for the software for installing the tracking code, plus the labor to install the code and place the tracking tags in the app. However, these costs do not come close to the millions that would have been required to install RFID tags in every copy of a magazine's print run. On the privacy front, tracking usage of apps has raised few hackles thus far, particularly in comparison to the privacy concerns raised about tracking people's usage of the web, social media, and personal communications. Research-related issues about app-centric measurement focus largely on the metrics it produces. It's helpful here to take a step back and reflect on the purpose of magazine metrics. At a fundamental level, these metrics serve to answer a set of basic questions about a print vehicle's audience. How many people are exposed to the publication or to an ad within it? How much of it do they consume? How long do they spend with it? How often do they read successive issues or pick up the same issue? How do they consume it? What is their level of engagement and enjoyment? Who reads it? What are their characteristics, attitudes, lifestyles, product consumption patterns? And finally, so what? What impact does the reading experience have on the advertiser's objectives? So these are the 7 deadly questions, I guess, and our traditional readership surveys provide metrics to answer all of them. So do app-centric measurement systems, but their answers are quite different from our traditional survey-based answers. Instead of average issue readership estimates, for example, in-app measurement answers the how many question with counts of issue downloads, sessions, page views, and ad views within each issue. Instead of answering how much with percentage of pages opened and average page exposure, in-app tracking can answer this question with views of individual sections. Where readership surveys answer the how read question with information about source of copy, place of reading, and quality of reading, in-app tracking systems answer the question with data on time of day and day of week, and the device on which the digital edition was rendered. What is apparent from this table is that in-app measurement can provide precise counts, for a number of metrics for which traditional approaches could only provide estimates based on respondents' memories. In-app tracking can provide data on all the questions listed on this slide, all on a census-level basis, eliminating sampling error. As a result, one of the great benefits of in-app measurement is that it can be used to provide these metrics for digital magazines of all audience sizes. The story doesn't end there, of course. There are some important metrics that in-app measurement alone cannot provide. These systems don't count readers. They count devices on which the magazine is displayed, not the number of people who read it. If a tablet is shared by multiple household members who read or look into a digital magazine, only one of them is included in the count. In-app systems don't recognize other systems' codes, so it is impossible to determine how many people read a group of magazines from different publishers using different app tracking software. And then there are the metrics that lie outside the scope of what happens within an app, such as those listed in the last 3 bullets here. In addition, there are 3 major technical limitations to in-app measurement, the 3 C's. First of all, in-app measurement is executed by publishers, and so its data are owned by publishers. So unless all the publishers agree to share their in-app data, there's no way to build a commonly accepted currency from in-app data. Second, the data from in-app tracking systems are transmitted out when A, the device is within range of the wireless web, and B, the app is open. When an app is used offline, its data are transmitted later on when A, the device is back online, and B, the app is open again. So, if a user never opens the app again when the device is online, which could happen for single copy buyers, then the user's prior offline reading would not be counted by that in-app tracking system. Third, the definitions of openings and time spent vary across in-app systems, platforms, devices, and publishers. So, while in-app measurement, app-centric measurement, does offer attractive benefits, it does incur some economic, research-related, and technical hurdles. So what about panel-centric measurement? Well, panel-centric measurement is even safer than in-app measurement on economic and political grounds. It doesn't require publishers to do anything or buy anything and does not reveal any information about people who have not consented to participate in research. In addition, on-device meters do alleviate several of the research and technical limitations of in-app meters noted earlier and listed on this slide. The issues alleviated by panel-centric measurement are highlighted in green. These meters are designed to detect usage of all apps on a panelist device, including magazine apps from different publishers. Demographics of an app's users can be determined by asking panelists their demographic characteristics at recruitment. Because on-device meters can usually measure mobile web use as well, they could be used to monitor visits to the websites of digital magazine advertisers. And on-device meters don't require publisher cooperation. They can obtain data on apps' offline use even if the user never returns to that app, and they generally work for all publishers' apps. However, there are some research issues raised by a passively measured device panel. First of all, given the relatively low readership levels for most digital editions, a device panel would have to be much larger than current print currency sample sizes to generate reliable audience estimates for digital magazines, at least for the foreseeable future. Second, just like in-app measurement, on-device panels count devices, not people, and so cannot be used to measure pass-along readers. Third, the industry's already challenged response rates would probably be strained even further if we had to convince panelists to download a piece of software onto their personal devices that tracks everything they do on those devices. Fourth, building and maintaining a panel are generally more expensive than conducting a one-shot audience survey. Higher incentives, processing larger volumes of data, administering the panel would all raise research costs. And fifth, if devices are out of tab for a period of time, it may not be possible to determine whether the respondent didn't use any apps during that period or whether he or she simply deleted the measurement app from his or her device. Finally, as was the case with in-app measurement, on-device meters can't tell you whether the respondent was interested in or enjoyed the digital magazine. In addition, on-device meters do raise a number of technical issues. Over the last 2 years, GfK MRI embarked on a program to test a number of these meters. Our tests involved asking employees to download the meters on their devices and then comparing the participants' logs of their activities to the data generated by the meters. The following issues arose with one or more of the devices we tested. First and most important, metrics from device meters are generally less granular than in-app metrics, with the possible exception of one new meter that we didn't test. The on-device meters can't capture with in-app activity such as usage of and time spent on individual pages or ads. Second, on-device meters are unable to identify titles of digital magazines that are read on newsstand-style apps such as Zinio or Next Issue Media or the newsstands for the Kindle or the Nook. On-device meters are also not able to recognize individual titles delivered through the Google Play Magazines app or through publishers' apps that are used to distribute multiple titles. Third, the device meter cannot identify individual issues. None of the meters we tested were able to determine the issue dates of digital magazines. Fourth, the meter has to be tailored to each operating system, Android, iOS, Windows Mobile, etc. Moreover, Apple requires that meter apps be distributed through the iTunes Store, and so Apple has to approve it. Fifth, an app meter that works on one Android device may not work on all of them. For example, the Kindle Fire and Barnes & Noble Nook both run on forked versions of Android, and app meters need to be optimized for both of these devices. In addition, the operating systems keep getting updated, and a meter that works on one version of an operating system may not work on older or later versions. Sixth, unlike TV meters, on-device app meters would have to be installed by panelists, and some randomly selected panelists might have trouble doing that. Seventh, some of the meters we tested abruptly closed down, particularly on Apple devices. The iOS operating system tries hard to conserve power, and so it shut off apps that didn't appear to be active. 8, some of the meters we tested drained the battery quickly, slowed down the loading of some websites, and made it difficult to load video. 9th, meters cannot always judge when a device has fallen asleep. Therefore, durations of an app's usage cannot always be precisely determined for apps that have been opened but are not being used because the device has fallen asleep. 10th, the meters we tested were not always able to detect installations and deletions of apps. I'd like to make clear that some of the meters we tested experienced few of these problems, particularly the later versions of these meters. My point is that it is important to be aware of these potential technical limitations and to test these meters rigorously before deploying them. Overall, panel-centric measurement entails even fewer economic and political issues than app-centric measurement. It overcomes some of the research and technical issues with in-app measurement, and many of the research and technical concerns with panel-centric measurement can be addressed through in-app measurement. This suggests that a potent solution to the measurement of digital magazines would be a combination of these two approaches, a hybrid solution of the sort that my colleague Jim Collins just spoke about. Such a combination would parallel the hybrid solutions that prevail in web measurement today. However, in order for such a hybrid solution to work, several conditions would still need to be met. Publishers would need to cooperate on standard definitions of metrics and on sharing their app-centric data. Models would need to be built to reconcile the panel-based data with the census-based in-app data. Both systems would need to be continually updated for new devices, new operating systems, new versions of operating systems, and new versions of publishing software. Finally, it's important to point out that a marriage of these two approaches would still lack the metrics that were left gray on the prior slide. Counts of pass-along readers, quality of reading metrics, detailed profile information on the readers, and data on the impact of exposure on subsequent offline actions of interest to publishers. These gaps could, of course, be filled by surveys, which could be conducted on the devices themselves. Even if all hard copies of magazines disappeared, there are other benefits to print in keeping surveys a part of the measurement mix for magazines. If we believe that reading magazines is an inherently active, immersive experience, if we believe that the quality of this experience is a unique feature of print that distinguishes it from other media and justifies higher CPMs, then would we be risking the perception of print's value if we were to measure it purely by tallying electronic signals? By relying exclusively on passive measurement for digital magazines, would we be running the risk that print could be considered as passive a medium as radio or television? Passive measurement of digital magazines has many benefits in terms of the granularity, precision, timeliness, and reliability of its metrics. As digital distribution of print grows in popularity, passive measurement of print will be essential in understanding and evaluating print audiences. But passive measurement alone may not provide all of the information that publishers and advertisers might need about consumers' experiences with this medium. So, we should not be afraid to continue asking questions. Thank you.
Nice to end on a provocative note there. Thank you, Jay. So we have a few minutes for questions and discussion from the audience. I don't know whether we have mics to go around the room for that, but if not, people will maybe project as best they can. So I'll begin actually, Jay, with a question just following directly on what you've presented. In your evaluation of these various companies that provide software to reside on mobile devices and scan for what kinds of activities are taking place there, how many of those did you actually review, and did any of them use any variant of the old proxy server workaround the iOS store problem?
The answer to the first question is 5.
Speak to the room. Yeah, sure. 5.
5. And the answer to the second question is yes.
Okay. Questions? Anyone out there? Well, I have another one. I was come prepared. Julian, the part of the impetus for the study that you presented the results of today was a request from a large advertiser in Cincinnati that would remain unnamed, that the industry try to do something to provide unduplicated reach and frequency estimates across the print and digital editions of our publications. From where you stand right now, how far do you think we've moved in the ability to respond to that request given this, and what do you see as being the next step?
Well, we've actually responded to it. I mean, we do have reach and frequency now for the print and digital editions, because what the study did enable us to do is to apply the beta binomial for a singular vehicle, in this case, the print and digital combined. I think there's a lot more that has to be done, because the survey research data that we collect right now is not sufficient, and is not really based on the passive data. I think the kind of approach that Jay and Jim have talked about, a hybrid approach, is necessary ultimately, because the baseline or the metric of truth or validity for the digital data will be the passive data, and the survey data can only be built upon kind of that foundation.
Have you taken those results to Procter & Gamble?
I believe we've told them that
Or
it's
their agency?
available. It would be through actually our offices in Chicago. But they were instrumental in why we began this and why all the magazine companies wanted to provide an answer. And we have, we've made now the reach and frequency data available for them.
Okay. And of course, their agency was present at the symposium in Nice, so that may be the principal means of responding back to them as well. I don't know. Karen, Britta, have you had any conversations with them about this work? Okay. Other questions or reactions? The tradition in Nice is a lot of heckling from the back benches, so feel free to heckle. Okay, well, we can go directly into the next session just as easily as well. Get to our coffee break all the sooner. So our next session moves from the broad issues that were addressed here about how you put together passive and survey-based measures, how you account for print and digital platforms, to that age-old question of the so what part, as to does any of this actually matter to advertisers in terms of moving consumers through some process of consideration and purchase. So on the broad subject of who gets the credit, attribution, and ROI, the first paper brings Britta back to the stage again to update on that ingenious sales guarantee that she unveiled in San Francisco.
Excellent. Thanks, Scott. Okay, you guys awake yet? I was just saying to someone we should have mimosas in the morning or something to get people up and running. Okay. So the purpose of this presentation, or the overview of this presentation, is to talk about how we've learned how we can drive incremental sales and positive ROI. And then I'm going to go through an actual case study using my favorite brand, Ken's salad dressing, which I introduced a little earlier today. So the real question is, what is it that keeps marketers up at night? And what keeps marketers up at night has been the same. That's what kept them up at night for the past 5 years. It's accountability. They want to make sure that for every dollar they spend, they get something back in return. And I think we can all agree that that's become even more important as the options for media spending increase and the dollars decrease. So how have magazines responded to this need for accountability? And you look at this chart, you can see the purchase funnel. I think we've done a fantastic job in looking at how we can move brand awareness. We have surveys in that area, brand familiarity, brand imagery. Are the attributes strong? Are we measuring that? And then we've also been great at measuring purchase intent. But now we can actually measure the impact of magazine advertising on direct sales. So I'll brief through the methodology here. What we're doing is we're taking Nielsen's home scan panel, and we're a group of households, 100,000 households, and we're combining that with our subscriber files. So we have a group, we have a test group. Then we have a control group that looks identical to the test group, and the control group looks identical in terms of basic demographics, looks identical in terms of where they live, but importantly, it's identical in terms of their shopping behavior on the particular brand or category that we're measuring. So we're looking to find exact duplicates, one-to-one match between test and control, so that when we're measuring the impact, we're focusing primarily or only on the impact of the advertising campaign, not on the targeting and not on anything else within the campaign. So you may be familiar with a home scan panel. It's 100,000 nationally projectable households who agree to scan every item that they purchase, not only in grocery stores and drugstores and club stores, but also in the mom and pop store down the street. They actually scan it in home. And in order to be on the panel, they have to have a 52-week compliance. So they have to make sure that they're doing it all the time. They're monitored constantly. Just as a side note, we're also Nielsen has taken the home scan panel and combined it with their Nielsen Catalina Solutions panel, which is a 60 million panel household, and that's frequent shopper cards. And now they've combined the two to have a nationally projectable sample too, which gives us more resources for smaller samples. So what we did initially was we did a test of about 14 different brands, And all 14 brands showed positive lifts in sales. And this chart kind of illustrates the categories that we covered. The food category, we had a number of brands. And just as a point, when it says lunch kits, that's not a category, that's an actual brand. Now you probably can guess what that brand might be. So these are all actual brands that we tested, and you can see that overall, the darker column represents the test group, those that were exposed to the advertising campaign, compared to lighter, which is the unexposed, and across the board, you're seeing increases in sales in those groups. So because it was so positive, let's see, what else have we learned since this test? Since it was so positive, Meredith, and it wasn't a research decision, it was a sales decision, decided that we should guarantee this. And you know, from a research perspective, guaranteeing something is tough. But because the results were all good, management said, let's guarantee sales increases. So we went ahead and developed the Meredith Sales Guarantee. And so to date, we've had, and actually at this point it was 25, we've increased it since then, we've had 25 brands that we've measured across these 5 categories, and we actually added a pet care. Sorry, jumping ahead here. Yeah. And what we found was the sales lift across these 25 brands ranged from a low of 3% to a high of 36% versus the control, and the ROI was $1.69 up to $19.99. And importantly, ROI is one of those metrics that everyone has a different definition of. For this case, it means for every dollar they spent, what did they get in incremental sales on the back end? So we measured, since the initial, we measured 11 additional brands, and you can see they're still all positive, food, beauty, household goods, and we added pet care. The sales increases range up to 18% here. And then what we do is we want to establish ROI. It's one thing to have a sales lift. A sales lift is obviously very important, but if you're spending money, more money than you're getting back, your investment spending, which is great, but you're not getting a return on your sales. So this is a summary of the 25 brands that we've measured so far by category. The first column represents the unique Meredith household. So it's not a readership number, it's a actual household number, because all the sales are based on households. And if you read the paper, you can see how that was calculated. Everything is completely transparent in this methodology if anybody wants to know more about it. The second column represents the difference for the average household, the increased spending for the average household versus the control group. So in the top row for food, the average household spent 39 cents more than the control group. So each household is 39 cents multiplied by the total number of households that were exposed, gives you the annual incremental sales impact. The average, I'll look at the bottom now, the average sales for the brands was a plus 9%, so 9% increase versus the control. And the average ROI for the 25 brands we'd measured this point was $7.81. So for every dollar these brands spent in advertising, they got back $7.81 in sales. So now I'm going to quickly take you through this case history. And the case history, as I mentioned before, we picked Ken's salad dressing because Ken's had not run in magazines, had not run anywhere before, and they were just about to start onto a print campaign, and we said, why don't you do it with us, and we'll work with you to see the impact of print, especially relative to what they had been doing, which was primarily FSIs in store and promotion. So people were getting accustomed to waiting until Ken's went on sale before they bought it. So this is the schedule. And for Ken's, what we found was after the campaign ran, they saw an 18% increase in sales for their brands versus the control. And what was that sales made up of? What we found was the sales was made up of an increased buying rate. So there was this overall 16% more dollars were spent among the people who are buying the brand. And buying rate is a function of two things. Buying rate is a function of did they buy more, and did they spend more when they were buying in the store. So the purchase frequency, they actually bought Ken's on more occasions in the test group than the control, 2.3 versus 2.1. And the purchase size, meaning how much did they buy in those trips that they were shopping, they spent 6% more when they're in store with Ken's. This is the chart you saw before. So the vertical green line represents the start of the campaign. Prior to the campaign, buying rate was identical between the test and control group. And that was important in this ANCOVA methodology. After the campaign started, right away you can see the group that was exposed to the advertising started buying more of the salad dressing than the control group. And we're also able to show where that sales came from, and you could see it came from their key competitors. So of the dollars they were spending in this category, more dollars went to Ken, fewer dollars went to Hidden Valley, Wishbone, and Newman's Own. Doing the calculation on the ROI, this campaign reached 39 million households. There was a 21-cent difference between test and control, which netted 8.4 million incremental dollars in sales and $40.59 ROI. And I think it was important because we worked very closely with the Ken's brand team, and they were excited. And the quote here from the brand manager: "We generated a sales lift across all regions nationwide, particularly in areas where consumers were least familiar with the Ken's brand." And I think what's important there is that we're showing that magazines alone can actually drive awareness and sales, which is important for us when we're trying to steal money from television, from other media. Magazines can do it alone. So in summary, for Ken's, the campaign delivered an 18% reach versus the control group. They bought 11.5% more than the prior year, which is something we typically don't do in our analyses. But in this case, we wanted to show that not only did they lift more than the control, which was during the same time period, but they also, because of the campaign, increased sales versus prior year. A couple other quick things here. What do we want to look at what the drivers of sales were? I mean, ideally, if we knew how to drive sales, we would have a template and plug it in and everything would work, but it doesn't work that way. So what we did with the 25 brands that we analyzed, we did a covariate analysis where we looked at 3 areas: the brand, the campaign execution, and ad effectiveness. So within the brand, it's things like what's the product penetration, the price of the brand, the purchase cycle, average trips, so everything about the brand, which we have no control over. Then the campaign execution, which is the media plan: how many insertions, how much did it cost, how many impressions, number of ad pages, what the reach was, frequency, and so forth. And then finally, the ad effectiveness piece, which is really the starch metrics. So any actions taken and noted, which is an indication of the strength of the creative. And what we found was that the brand, so the advertised brand defines the lift possible. Really, the shorter the purchase cycle, and this makes total sense, the higher the lift. So the more often the brand is purchased, the more the advertising can have an effect. So if you have a brand that has a purchase cycle of 39 weeks, you have to be able to make sure you're running more a campaign that's at least 39 weeks, and our recommendation is to run a campaign that covers at least 2 purchase cycles, because if your purchase cycle is too long and the campaign's too short, you don't have an opportunity to get people to buy. Higher levels of advertising definitely drove ad sales, and that drove print product sales. That definitely makes sense as well. So the higher number of pages, the higher the lift, the lower the cost, the higher the return on investment, the higher the frequency, the higher the return. So this, again, makes sense. And then something we've been talking about for years here is the creative. I mean, if you don't have strong creative, you're not going to drive sales. You could have tons of GRPs, tons of impressions, and a long period. But if you hold everything equal, if the creative isn't strong, you're not going to get the lift. So I think that was helpful as well. Finally, we do a lot with looking at digital, especially money is being moved to ad networks and ad portals. And this is not premium content, it's the portals that get the reach. We found that based on data from Nielsen, the average ROI for, I think it was 864 digital campaigns was $2.79. Compare that to what we get from a print schedule, $7.81 for those 25 brands. So good story there as well. And that is it. Magazines do work consistently, and we can do it without any other support. Magazines work alone, and 3 times higher ROI than digital. So I'm going to rush ahead because I passed time, but happy to take questions as well. How's that?
Thank you, Britta. Love that study. And now, wonderful extension of the same basic methodology, but incorporating it in a digital direction as well. This also was a prize-winning study, the Best Paper award from the symposium. Karen Klein.
Okay. Good morning. So, before we start, I want you all to think about your typical day. Not today, but your typical day, and how you interact with media, how you consume content, and most importantly, what kind of advertising resonates and influences you. That's not an easy question these days. It's really become so complex, and this complexity has driven an even greater demand for analytics and insights on, more precisely, how a marketer's total advertising investment impacts sales. And Britta just shared a lot about how magazines can be quite effective in driving sales with that case study for a brand. And what I think is key here, that never advertised before and only advertised in magazines. But with that said, measuring the impact of advertising across platforms continues to be a significant challenge, and I hope the work that I share with you today provides you with some perspective on really how to address this. So the collaboration between Time Inc. and Nielsen Catalina Solutions has created an extensive data set which captures not only households' exposure to campaigns across magazine, but across web and tablet, and also their purchasing behavior prior to, during, and after exposure. Nielsen, and Britta shared some data from portals, but Nielsen Catalina's normative data set of approximately 1,700 ROI studies. That's a lot of studies. And actually, there's about 1,500 in digital, 100 for TV, and 70 for print. This really provides us now a rich source for understanding what the drivers are for advertising response. And for the print studies that we've conducted, we've seen anywhere from 1% to 19% lift in incremental sales, ranging representing about 7 million to 74 million for each advertiser, which really does translate to an impressive ROI of $4 to $15 for every dollar spent on print advertising. And you saw from Meredith, but other publishers like Hearst have also been able to demonstrate this positive ROI for magazines. But a question still remains, and this is the slide from Nice, if you can see that, and it's a wonderful magazine cover. How does the impact of magazines compare and really complement the rest of the media mix? So to answer this question, we worked with Nielsen to look at a specific campaign. And what was really interesting about this campaign, that it was for two different but complementary food brands that paired their ad dollars to create a co-branded campaign. And we're going to be referring to these in a minute as Brand A and Brand B. They developed two creative themes or versions to coincide with fall 2012 and spring 2013 seasons. The goal of the campaign was to impact trial and sales of both brands. And there's a lot more detail in the paper about this campaign. However, Time Inc. magazines and digital assets were deployed, and a complementary TV campaign, very large TV campaign, ran outside of our assets during the campaign flight. In addition to our primary goal of understanding how magazines compare and complement the rest of the media mix, it was important for us to also answer whether we could accurately measure cross-media sales effects, how the campaign would drive actual brand sales, would both brands benefit equally, and finally, are there synergies across media? So what did we find? And of course, and wonderfully, we found that we can indeed measure multiple media in a single source. It's very complicated, and I'm going to try to explain it, but it is extremely doable. And again, the paper outlines that detail of how this was done. We saw synergy in media as well as for brands. In this case, the sum was greater than its parts. 1 + 1 can be larger than 2. And while we didn't initially set out to understand brand synergies, the synergies between the two brands advertised, the combination of those two brands in a single campaign delivered substantial and significant incremental sales for the combined ad budget, which was really interesting. So, and thank you, Britta, for sharing a little bit of methodology, so I don't have to spend that much time on it. But before I do get into the detailed findings, it is important to really understand this. The Nielsen-Catalina single-source data set is comprised of several disparate data sets that are linked by an anonymous, and that's really key, anonymous household ID. These IDs are the backbone of the data, and they represent all households in the U.S. This anonymous household ID helps Nielsen understand those who were exposed to the advertising, and as a result, who purchased the product. Nielsen uses a third party to link all these data sources. So linking Time Inc. subscriber file, as you see here, some of the magazines, cookie IDs from our websites, or even the TV People Meter, Nielsen People Meter households, to the shopper data, so that no personally identifiable information is within the NCS data set. And prior to any study, the panel of households to use in the study is really defined, and exposure files are created. And exposure files are defined as households who have been exposed to the advertising across all of these platforms. And they're identified in a few ways. For magazines, there are 3 ways we can isolate exposure: subscribers of specific issues where the advertising ran, newsstand copies that have been tracked in the frequent shopper data, and secondary, which we base off of MRI audience estimates. Now, because secondary is not observed and it's only an estimate, for the purposes of this paper, we chose not to report the secondary impact. But there is an explanation of that and how we estimate that in the paper. Digital exposures are measured via cookie match, and television exposures are identified through the Nielsen People Meter. So now let's get into some of the detailed findings. And so what you see here is that really the Sankova methodology we used matches exposed households to non-exposed households for the 52-week period prior to the campaign period. And this chart shows that closeness or fit of these data, as well as the divergence that happens once the campaign begins. And it's really clear that the fit between exposed and non-exposed households was extremely good, because you see what happens in the purchasing behavior before the campaign starts. And, both exposed and unexposed groups really do behave identically there. And the good news is you also see that the households exposed to the campaign once the campaign started spent more on those 2 brands than those unexposed. We can also start to look at contributions individually and together. You see here that the print campaign increased sales by 10% from $3.24 to $3.57 for the exposed group, generating 33 cents in incremental sales per household. A second model, looking at the print and digital exposures together, increased sales by 13%, or an increase of 43 cents. So you already start seeing the synergy there. Where it gets really interesting is when we account for the additional TV exposures. Hold on, let me just pull this up for you. When we account for the additional TV exposures among these groups, when we examine the combined effect on households exposed to the TV, print, and digital ads on sales of the 2 brands, the increase in sales is dramatic, with the effect going from the 10% for print and digital to 16% for the combination. And now when we look at the payback on advertising, you see that the combined print-digital campaign delivered a 34-cent increase in dollars per households exposed. The estimated number of households reached was 14.8 million, which then generated about $5 million in incremental sales. Divide that cost by the cost of the campaign, and the marketers received a payback of $3.14. The total television portion of the campaign was delivered to 112 million households. Very large campaign, with an incremental dollar sales return 43 cents per household exposed and a payback of $3.89. So by looking at each of these platforms separately in what you just saw and adding up what each contributed, you see that the campaign delivered a total of $53 million in incremental sales for the two brands. But this straight sum does not take into account any of those synergistic effects that we know occur in an effective media plan. So what we did, and it's really very much detailed in our paper, was to look at the reach of each individual part, as well as the combined group of TV, print, and digital, and learn that the households exposed to more than one platform, and the three combined, reported the highest incremental sales and produced an even greater level of total sale, not the 53, but an incremental of $71 million for the two brands. And that's showing almost $18 million in sales due to synergy. So that's pretty amazing. So just to conclude, we know cross-platform measurement is possible. We've done it. There's more work to do. There's no question there's more work to do. We've outlined some approaches and also shared with you some of the synergistic effects that a media mix provides. But the key here is that this is only scratching the surface. Our work has just begun. We used a few methods in this study, but as Leslie Wood was the co-author of this paper, we talk all the time that in a perfect world, we would want to develop a mixed methodology that would more fully capture that aggregate exposure overall, understand that overall result, and then decompose the contributions of each media platform. And finally, while we did not include the impact of secondary audience, we believe this is a very significant piece to understanding sales impact. And it's a big part of the audience that an advertiser buys. Without this, sales impact will continue to be grossly underestimated for magazines. So we really must figure out a way to account for that, a way to really understand the sales impact of secondary audiences. With all of this said, we believe that we've done is a start, and we encourage further innovation of these methods to really understand more. Thank you very much.
And last but not least in this session, from the Martin Agency, Randy Freisner, to talk about frequency as it applies to advertising impact.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Randy Freisner. I'm with the Martin Agency. What we're going to talk about today is how we can better represent magazines in ROI analyses. And I wanted to point out that this was co-written with Jim Collins, Senior Director of Research at MRI, and we put this paper together, report together, and I'm lucky enough to present it to you today. So there's a commonly done planning methodologies really don't take into account the way that magazines are read. It does not account for multiple readings by a single person, which also diminishes the number of impressions that are generated by that, and also undervalues the overall ROI that magazines contribute to a magazine, to an overall advertising campaign. The objective of this paper was really to extend the work done by GfK MRI, the MPA, and brand science to reflect APX impressions, which are average page exposures to audience accumulation. So what we wanted to do was compare two types of magazine exposure definitions to really understand how these definitions affected the contribution of magazines to not only KPIs, but ROI. So the two different definitions are the traditional definition, which is magazine exposure calculated as one exposure per respondent per issue, so just once. The new approach, APX, as I mentioned before, is the accumulation of exposures over the lifespan of an issue, accounting for potential of multiple exposures to each individual for each issue that they're reading. In order to do this, we looked at two different case studies and we used two different methodologies to try to validate the fact that APX would actually increase ROI and overall delivery of your campaign. The first case is in the ready-to-serve soup category, which is going to be very hard for me to say a couple of times. It was a year-long campaign. There were 3 U.S. soup brands. Television and magazines were the two types of channels that were used, and the KPI for this particular one was brand equity. The methodology we used was agent-based modeling, and what that does is that fuses traditional modeling to brand research. And what agent-based modeling does, it's a system made up of agents who independently assess their situations and make decisions based on a predefined set of rules. We can model then their decisions on how they're affected by things like behavior, connections, and media touchpoints. So the media plans that we talked about in this particular case, the first two, brand A and brand B, were relatively the same, roughly a 50-50 mix between magazines and television. The third was predominantly television, with about 1% being in magazines. When we applied the APX methodology, what we saw was a great increase in impressions and overall TRPs. So what you see for brand A, the increase was from 385 TRPs to 632, brand B 517 to 730, and brand C from 16 to 67. What we did find that was interesting was that not every magazine's APX or number of exposures increases. For example, in one of these soup brands, they had a segment that was male dominant, and the ad exposure number in a female dominant publication was less than 1. So what that gets back to is, yes, we can get more exposures based on this methodology, but media planning and the skill behind media planning is still necessary, which is important for me in an agency, so I might have a job for the next 5 years. What we also wanted to look at is how it really drove the ROI, the expected KPI of that particular campaign. And what we saw was in each brand, significant shifts in brand equity attribution attributed to magazines. Brand A was up 44%, brand B 29%, and brand C 155%. Now, again, 155%, wow. But just know that it was 1% of the overall campaign, so it's a little misleading, but again, huge increases in brand attribution for all of these metrics. We also looked across different channels, what was the change in each of the media types. So as magazines increased, there were some significant decreases in attribution to other types of media. So in word of mouth went down by 9%, and particularly in television, 11% and 10%. Again, showing that those other channels are getting more credit for their activity because magazines aren't quite being measured as fairly as magazines and other types of media. Our second case, which actually we worked on in conjunction with our partner Point Logic, was in the personal care category. It was a US personal care brand. The television activity was 30s and 15s. It was magazine and online advertising as well. You'll see the media mix there, which was about 50% television, about 11% print, and the rest online. The KPI was purchase intent for this particular case. The methodology we used on this particular case was economic modeling. Econometric modeling. The benefits of this respondent level modeling for this particular case was it was able to allow us to put in more data with a higher level of granularity. We were able to churn this a lot faster, and we got actionable results. So when we compare the media ROI in this particular case, the first column with the circles shows the ROI delivery based on each of the channels, where good delivery of purchase intent for television in the 30-second units, good for magazines as well. Television, the 15s are slightly lower. The darkness of the circles show the relative delivery. So television the highest, magazine the second. TV 15s the next, and then online is actually the lowest. When we applied the APX model, what we saw was the 30s stayed about flat, big decrease in the television 15s, and that's probably because the television 30s ran pretty much by themselves the way the flighting went. The magazines and the 15s kind of overlap, so it dropped a lot because the actual increase came to magazines of a 12% increase, and online pretty much was flat and didn't contribute much at all. And what this shows you is the actual, the purchase intent curve that was delivered by magazine, with the red line being before using APX, and then the blue line being increasing APX, showing that 12% increase. So what does that get us? What we're seeing is that the way magazines are measured don't really mirror the way customers really read magazines. I mean, think of your own reading patterns. You pick up a magazine, read it once, and you're done, and that's it. And the measurement that we're using right now in models is just that. So what we're saying is if we use this APX methodology, it will improve the quality and the accuracy of the models. It gets back to kind of garbage in, garbage out. If we're not putting in the most accurate data, we're not going to get the most accurate results in ROI on our advertising campaigns. And what it does, it helps correct the underrepresentation of magazines and their contribution to achieving KPIs. So it's putting magazines at a disadvantage and actually showing falsely that other channels are performing better than magazines are, when in reality, if we use the right metrics, we'll see that magazines are actually performing better than they are within the model and would warrant a better share of the pie in the overall budget. And what it's actually doing is demonstrating the true ROI and the efficiencies that magazines do have as a channel, which, again, we feel is being underrepresented in the way it's being measured currently. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I see Jim has a question.
So what we try to do is before we measure the impact of a campaign with Nielsen, the methodology is such that the test and control groups are created almost to look like twins, okay? So if you look at the campaign period prior, the period prior, the 52 weeks prior, the control group is selected to exhibit the same purchasing behavior as the test group, okay? In addition to that, it's not only purchase data that goes into the creation of the control group. There's probably 25 to 35 different variables, demographic, geographic, current customers, all of that kind of stuff goes into the creation of the control group with the assumption that these two groups, you're taking out all of the other factors all the external factors out of the mix because these two groups are identical. So when the campaign ran, you do see the ebbs and flows, and we've seen this, and I'm sure, Berta, you've seen this as well, is that there's cyclical patterns to spending, right? You are seeing that while the campaign is running, but the key is the difference between the test and the control. And the test group, the exposed group, is purchasing at an even higher rate. And in most cases, you also saw the control group was lower than the prior year period. And so that argues why advertising is so important. Because what we're trying to do is, if there was any other advertising out there, because again, my study included TV, and that TV campaign reached 98% of the population. So the control group are people who are most likely not have seen that TV campaign.
So you could have actually seen a sales decrease overall
Right.
in the second year had there not been any advertising.
Right. So there could be significant declines. Correct.
Okay, so some of the circumstances were, you controlled for 30-plus factors. but
Right.
There were other factors that were just the nature of the campaign, or the nature of the difference.
Yeah, there's that, and that stuff that you would see, and you did see that pattern with the exposed and the unexposed groups, the ebbs and flows of purchase, right? There's cycles, and they kind of went in the same patterns. So that's where those external factors come in.
I think this is one of the real benefits of this methodology, I think, because if we had just looked at a pre and post, you would have seen, even though there was advertising, you could have seen a decrease in sales. This is showing that all things equal, the only reason you had sales among the exposed group is because it was exposed. The sales went down. So the control group mirroring the previous dip has more to do with the overall sales.
Which suggests that there's something going on in the environment
Totally.
that may or not be able to be accounted
Well,
for. Yes,
Right.
And unfortunately, Leslie is not here, but because they track all purchases, and this was a grocery product, I'm sure that she could even tell you that total sales have gone down. You know, it's a challenged business these days.
And that's kind of what we're looking
Yeah.
at, looking at a year ago as well. In that case, sales actually went up overall, but it could have been the Kent sales went down overall.
Right,
That
because the category has gone down.
So it could be that salad dressing had a huge impact on oil prices or something, and so salad dressing costs more, but in the campaign period, that still had the same factor where overall.
And it does isolate the impact of advertising. So it's a wonderful method because it does show you the return on investment of advertising.
Yeah, it doesn't completely isolate advertising, because there may be other factors beyond that, which is what basically can possibly competitive advertising.
But that the method has isolated those other factors, has taken those other factors into account.
We have a question from Horst.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I have a question about the same papers, which focus on sales data, which of course is fantastic. But I was just wondering, in thinking about total return on investment, did your project include any questions that would get at impact on brand value, brand affinity, sort of that would indicate long-term value, which is in addition to the short-term sales?
Yes, those are all very, very important metrics. This particular method only addresses sales impact, okay? But in some cases, for some of our clients, we're not only measuring the sales impact, but we are doing some tracking studies and other things to understand those more upper funnel metrics. So it's the combination of those, you know, it's probably multiple studies and probably what a marketer does indeed do, right? They take into account some of those other softer measures, but at the end of the day, it's really important that they understand what advertising is doing for them on sales.
Question from Rory.
Hi, Brett. I'm just curious, in your correlation analysis, I noticed that reach didn't make the slide. Did you look at reach as a possible driver, or did it just not pop as a driver?
It was definitely a driver, and the key driver, the number one driver
Purchase cycle, yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Secondly was the breadth of the campaign, which cost of campaign and reach of the campaign are really highly correlated. so
Right.
They both work in.
Gotcha.
And then again, when they're both constant, the copy really makes a huge
Yeah.
difference.
Okay, thanks.
I'll ask the same question that I asked in Nice, which really relates to purchase cycle. As you know, we've experimented at Condé Nast with a variant on this same method. Think it's a very intriguing method, but given the advertisers that we tend to have at Condé Nast, who are more in the sort of luxury end of the spectrum, high price points, infrequent purchase. We found that whole categories just were not even available at all. They completely fell apart. Fragrance, for example. We did do some work within beauty. My favorite was an anti-aging serum priced at $80 a half ounce, replaced about once every 18 months. And we got it to work. You know, you got ROI to work using this method, but it was sweat and bullets to do it. What's your sense of kind of, I mean, there's a sweet spot obviously here with fast-moving consumer goods and grocery and things that are amenable to this kind of analysis naturally in the same way that they are with market mix models. But what's your sense of that borders that in terms of purchase frequency, price point, and category, where the methodology starts to become more difficult to execute?
Yeah. I think in a perfect world, it would be nice to measure everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think samples are really critical to make sure that you have a large enough sample to work with. And what I mean by that is, with Nielsen Catalina, you have 60 million households to work with. For something like you described, you probably don't have 60 million. You might not even have 1 million. You might have 100,000 or so. And then when you take that 100,000 that have purchased that product and match it, like we did with our subscriber database, and then match cookies and overlay TV, it's a very hard thing to be able to understand.
Right. I can tell you, we went
yeah.
from 20 million to 350.
Right.
You know, in market, you know, with purchase activity in that time
Right.
period. Yeah.
So it gets tricky.
Yeah.
What we've spent the past year looking at are different categories and different data sets to see if it's possible. I know for travel, some retail, financial, there is data where we can look at this and do this same kind of approach. You know, Nielsen proper, not Catalina, also has some credit card data, and many of you may have talked to them about that, but that's the same similar approach for different categories. Where the other category I'm thinking about is auto, and what we've done is worked on a custom basis with our clients, and some of the clients who are willing to share their own data with us, we've been able to do some custom ROI analysis, but not to the level that you're seeing here today.
Right. Very good. Okay, last word from Britt, and then we go for a coffee break. Okay.
I think it's definitely a great question, and all methodologies don't fit all categories. I mean, I think in auto is a great example where we attempted to take the same methodology and bring it to auto manufacturers. And I think the good news for magazines is what we heard back after going to, I think, 6 different OEMs was that magazines aren't being used to drive sales. Magazines are being used in the upper funnel. So the most important thing we have to remember in all these categories is the purpose of the advertising. So if the purpose of advertising is awareness, measure awareness. If the purpose of the advertising is to drive someone to a doctor, measure drive to the doctor. Sales does not have to be the method for every single category and every single brand.
From your mouth to Allah's ears. Okay. We have a coffee break. Thank you.
We have a coffee break.
Okay, good. All right. Everybody, welcome back. I hope you're all caffeinated. Caffeination will be especially valuable in the session coming up ahead because each of the next 4 presenters in the panel ahead of us will be attempting to do their presentations in exactly half of the time that they had in Nice. So we might be able to have a contest later on to see who speaks the fastest among all of those contestants. But first, I am pleased to offer a word from our sponsor, Todd Kreiselman from Media Radar, who kindly provided some financial support to pay for the coffee and the incidental expenses for today, and wants to take 5 minutes to talk a little bit about some of the things going on at Media Radar.
All right, good morning, everyone. Morning. All right, that was good. So, my name is Todd Kreiselman. I'm CEO and co-founder of Media Radar. And as we enter our 7th year of business, we have introduced tracking of advertising in video, in online video specifically. There is a deafening amount of hype around online video. It's a fascinating thing. Even in this room, you have people on very polar ends. Some publishing groups have taken very large investments and bets for 2014 for video. Others are doing almost nothing. And so one of the things I wanted to share over the next 5 minutes is really just to look at, one, who's buying, what kind of advertisers, and also what are they buying. So this chart here looks at product category placement in men and women's websites. And I think one of the things that's been interesting to us, if we were just to look at the number of advertisers in online video, that number continues to escalate at a rapid double-digit clip almost every month in the last 6 months. But what is interesting to us is who's buying. For example, so this is just saying, for example, on the far left, in men's websites, automotive, there's 3 times more advertising of automotive brands in men's websites versus women's websites. And food, we see much more in women's websites than men's websites. And some of these trends seem very similar to what we see in online display and, of course, in print magazines. But what does interest us is some of these other categories, like media. Why should we see that television programming is advertised more aggressively towards men than women? Or, for example, technology, whether it's mobile phones or online usage of browsers or email, is equal between men and women. In fact, women do a little bit more browsing of the internet, but we don't see this reflected in certain categories. So one, the patterns that we see in the past of online advertising are not yet the same in video. We really do see concentrations in how spend works. Next, I want to spend a moment just looking at what kinds of things are purchased. A lot of people look at online video and they think it's just pre-roll or it's just on a video page, but we're really seeing all sorts of different types of units. And I want to spend a moment just to show you one example of this. So let me go back to that for a second. So as we consider what even online video is, this idea of how to define online video is shifting by the month. The amount of discussions of native advertising aside, this is, had an ad with a skin, an expanding ad, an animated ad, so it's a homepage takeover with a video. This ad unit will sell for twice what a normal pre-roll will sell for in terms of average CPM. So in terms of when we think about measuring what is online video, we think it's important to actually segment if it's standalone video versus whether it's going to be bundled with something else. This is important, by the way, not only so we're a company that's certainly known for helping sales teams. So if you're a sales rep and you're going to go pitch Canon, you'd love to know that this is what they buy. But for this audience, I think the message is much more, if we're going to measure the impact that advertising has, measuring just what basic online video has, the impact on a user's consumption versus this, we should expect very different levels of ROI. 26% of advertisers currently already place this. This is double from 6 months ago. And if we look at this by category, we see that political websites like Politico and others are down here. This would be least sophisticated. And up here, women's fashion sites like Refinery29, Daily Candy, many in this building and in this room are some of the most sophisticated, with 36% already employing this type of very advanced ad unit. Some other quick takeaways. We saw in the last presentations there were different levels of ROI based on frequency and duration of ad. We would expect to see the same in online video. Today, 42% of ads are 15 seconds. 30-second ads represent 37%. We find very little beyond this distribution. All right, so one of the big questions is, especially as we thought about the earlier presentations, are these 15-second ads working? People place these 15-second ads because users put up with them, right? But the question is, what is their efficacy? This, to me, was an enormous discovery. 79% of video ads auto-load. This should be hugely controversial. Now, I know customers all the time tell us why they do it, right? You need the inventory. Most people we talk to say, online video is fantastic. It sells at enormous CPMs, at least today. That's the good news. The bad news is there's never enough inventory, or there's a lot, most of our customers report that. On the other hand, if you're an advertiser and the user did not actually want to see this editorial or this ad, what does this say about the efficacy? And just a couple last notes. We are seeing this ratio of, I was mentioning that there are 15 and 30-second ads, and those are the primary two volumes. 30-second ads are 8 times more likely to have a skip button. Begging the question, what is the point of a 30-second ad if you know that 90% of people are going to skip it after the 10th second? No one studied this yet, by the way. That's why I thought this was interesting. We're discovering these things, and we think they're somewhat controversial. So thanks very much, everyone. We were really happy to host this morning and to sponsor it. Take care.
And we were really happy to be hosted and sponsored, so thank you again. So I'm up at bat. Ready, set your watches. I guess as soon as it comes up. So this is from a session where we basically had a bunch of updates on learnings related to tablets. And how they were affecting consumer behavior. There we go. Okay. So the distracted multitasking attention economy, a term Tom Davenport coined about a decade ago, about attention really being the thing that's in the most scarce supply. So whenever we have studies that use units of analysis about amount of time spent, print has usually not done very well because other media actually hog a whole lot more time than print media do. And so you would see examples like this one showing the rise of web usage in time spent, whereas magazines and newspapers hang low. This one, which comes out annually from Mary Meeker, always drives me crazy every year, showing how there's a great disproportion between the amount of time spent with media and the amount of advertising going into those, and this has been used over the past 15 years or so as justification for moving money from print into fill in the box. Most recently it's been mobile, but it also was internet and whatever else there's an upsurge in people spending time with. There are counter arguments that have been advanced against this logic over the years, many of them by yours truly. One of them is really made the point that minute for minute, magazines actually deliver more ads because people page through them. The exposure in 30 minutes in a study we reported a few years ago in magazines was an average of 65 ads exposed compared to lesser numbers in other media. And that study also was an early call out of the problem of viewability and banner blindness for display ads on the web. A second general argument is that people are just more receptive to print ads in some ways because they are not challenging them for control. It's not like grabbing them by the neck as they're trying to enjoy a TV show. Instead, they're inviting them in, and they're quite receptive, and they're also better targeted. But since then, there have been so many more options that have proliferated and developed different ways that people can consume media, and their time with any particular medium or platform continues to be more fragmented. So the question really is, how are magazines situated in this more complex ecosystem? And for that, we turn to the USA Touchpoint study to do a bit of kind of day in the life kind of studying of magazines and of tablets as compared to print magazines. I'm not going to go into the details of the Touchpoint study. I think most of you probably are aware of the methodology. It's a diary downloaded to a mobile device. People carry it around for a week and record what they're doing and what mood they're in various locations. It captures different media that they are consuming and looks at that across the day part. So since we were interested really in part about how tablets may be changing behavior with magazines, we're at a disadvantage because we didn't really have longitudinal data, but the fact that tablets are a new arrival on the scene means that if the behavior is different, it's probably a bit of a window into where a magazine reading goes as it moves from print only to mobile platforms. So our first observation from this exercise with the Media Behavior Institute is that print consumption still dominates. I think any of you who look at your own publisher data would find this quite familiar, that most reading, even when people have access on multiple platforms, they're still doing most of the reading on old-fashioned ink on paper format. The second observation, though, is that when you give people more opportunities to consume magazine content on multiple platforms, the total consumption level goes up. They actually start filling in more pieces of the media day with magazine reading, and this is something that we've certainly seen in numerous studies at Condé Nast. Third observation is that the locations of reading diversify as well, and that as people consume magazine content on tablets, it sort of leaks into other parts of the media day, and more out-of-home reading is taking place, and comparatively less reading just inside the home. Fourth observation, and this is maybe a bit newer, is that when magazine content's consumed on tablets, it tends to be consumed in more active social times. And this sort of goes with the out-of-home finding as well. More likely to be time spent in the presence of other people or while doing other things, more multitasking. And this is kind of one of the mood variables. Caffeinated, I think I've used that word now 3 or 4 times already today, but that seems to be the case also with tablet reading of magazines. That means faster swiping. It'll show up in your sort of total time, maybe being a little bit shorter for a digital read of a magazine than it would be for print. Just a little faster, but also associated with more elevated mood reports, higher levels of alertness, and more likely in the presence of other media. When and of course the Touchpoint study is recording in half-hour intervals, so it's saying there's more likely to be other media exposure within that 30-minute interval, not necessarily simultaneously trying to do two things at one time, but doing two things in the 30-minute increment. So this just summarizes all of what I just said. We tend to think of magazine reading occasions as solitary, absorbed, private activity, but our data from this study suggests that there really are some fairly distinctive types, and that magazine reading as it evolves from print only to tablets is likely to become move to more social situations, be both alert and relaxed mindsets, be both peaceful, meditative, but also high energy environments, both in and out of home, and consumed alone, but also in conjunction with other media. Our base case, our ideal type in our heads, I think, of how people read magazines is sitting at home, feet up on the couch or something, and absorbed in reading a magazine. It turns out from these data, that's only 40% of magazine reading occasions. So 60% of them are something else, and these are some of what those other things are. There's an amount of overlap here, but some social, more at work, and I'm thinking on the basis of this that with the eventual migration of magazine reading to tablet platforms, these will actually be picking up more of those occasions. So it's more likely to become more high energy, more social, more out of home, more used in concert with other media, and in more diverse mood states. And I think part of what will be fun in the years ahead would be to figure out how to optimize the content for those various contexts and situations to further endear our magazine brands to these evolving consumers. And so that's it, 7 minutes. All right. And next on the Speed Derby is Risa Becker.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, everybody. Scott did a great job keeping to his 7 minutes, so I'm going to do my best. Okay. That's not mine, but am I supposed to put mine up?
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so my paper is a modification of the paper that Jay Matlin and I gave at the symposium in Nice, and it's entitled The Emerging Digital Reader. The objective of the paper, the overview, is to really understand a little bit more about digital readers. How common are they? Who are they? What are their demographics? And what are their behaviors? We used two basic data sources. The first was GfK MRI's Survey of the American Consumer, and the second was the US Publisher Subscriber Study that Julian Bain referred to earlier this morning, where we took samples of print, digital, and authenticated subscribers from 4 publishers across 27 titles. And we did an online survey looking at issue-specific reading. So the first thing we'll look at is digital's role in the magazine reading landscape. Now, we defined a digital reader for the purposes of the paper as somebody who read either a magazine's app or a digital reproduction, but what we didn't include were folks who read just the website or who did access like a branded utility app. So what you can see from the chart is that there has been some growth in digital reading in the past 2 years, although in total, in the context of total magazine reading, digital reading is still somewhat of a niche activity, which Scott actually showed in his paper before. We're showing about 7% of adult magazine readers reading a GfK MRI measured title digitally in their last publication period. And of those, they're really reluctant to seem to have abandoned print completely, hard copy I mean, that close to 90% of the digital edition readers have read at least one printed title as well. So we look now at the subscriber studies, and we look at magazine reading among the 3 different groups of subscribers. So first, for print-only subscribers, as you might expect, they're very likely to have read a print copy of the title. The digital-only subscribers, you'll see that they were the most likely out of the 3 groups to have read a title digitally. And what we thought was interesting was that 38%, a substantial number, said that they also read a print copy, a hard copy title, version of the title as well. Not necessarily the same issue that they read digitally, but the same title. And of the authenticators, they were the most likely to have read both a digital and a print version of the title. And then we found that if they had only read one version of it, they were more likely to read print than they had to read digital. The takeaway here is that folks who are exposed to digital seem to be inclined to adopt them, but they still seem to retain an affinity toward the hard copy reading as well. So now we'll take a quick look at demographics. And the charts that follow are showing the profiles of digital readers compared to the average profiles of iPad owners. And I'll also make some comments about general population just so you can get a contrast. So this first chart shows the percentage of males among digital readers. And you can see that across the 2 years, it seems to be consistently higher than iPad owners generally, even as iPad owners have become a little bit more female. Moving on to median age, the green line on the bottom shows the median age of digital readers. And you'll see in the most recent report in our fall 2013 study, the median age is about 36 for these digital readers. And that's quite a bit lower than 41 for iPad owners, and definitely lower than 46 for the population at large. And one thing we noticed also is that the median age of digital readers looks like it has risen just slightly. This chart takes data from the subscriber list provided to us as part of the subscriber study, and it's another demonstration of how digital editions tend to attract younger readers. So the vertical axis on the left shows the percentage of 18 to 34-year-olds among the digital subscribers, and the horizontal axis on the bottom shows the percentage of 18 to 34-year-olds among the print subscribers. The little blue squares are plotting the magazines themselves. And what you can see is of the 27 titles in the subscriber studies, 26 of them had a greater percentage of 18 to 34-year-olds in their digital subscriber pool than in their print subscriber base. And without going into a lot of detail because of time constraints, we also saw that publications whose print editions skew a little bit younger were even more likely to attract 18 to 34-year-olds to the digital editions. Turning to education and income, the brown, or maybe it looks like red line in the middle, shows the percentage of college grads among digital readers. And you'll see that on average, it's about 45%, contrasting this with the general population, which is about 28%. So it's really an educated group of folks. And the yellow line on the bottom shows the percentage of readers who have a household income of $150,000 or more. That averages to about 19% over time, contrasting this to 11% in the general population, so they're highly income folks as well. The other two lines, the green and the blue, show those percentages among iPad owners, and what you can see is that digital readers have tended to be a little bit less educated and affluent on average than iPad owners, while being a little more so than the general public. Now we'll turn our attention to digital reading behavior. We looked on the chart on the left looks at the average number of digital magazines read among digital readers. And the chart on the right shows the average number of print magazines read among various groups of print readers. And what you can see is that the average number of titles read from the GfK MRI study for digital folks was a little bit over 2. And contrast this with the print magazines read, which is a little over 7. But what we found interesting is that the readers of digital editions, they tended to read more printed titles overall than the average print reader. They tend to read more printed/hard copy titles than average print reader, somewhere between 9 and 10. And the indication there is that the folks who are reading digitally are a little bit more avid magazine folks, a little bit more enthusiastic about magazines in general. In keeping with the theme of enthusiasm, we look at time spent for a moment. And what we found is that in the national study, the data is indicating that magazine readers are spending more time with digital editions than they are with printed ones overall on average. The difference on average was about 14 minutes overall in our spring 2013 study. We found that not necessarily the magnitude of the difference, but the fact that the difference exists was consistent across publication frequencies. We saw it by different magazine genres, and we saw it among all demographics. As I said, the magnitude varies by demographic. So to try to understand why, we looked at this average time by different reader types, and the bar all the way on the left shows the average minutes spent per, it's issue, but it's actually per title in a publication period, and it was coming in for digital readers about 53 minutes. And the bar all the way on the right shows that same calculation among primary readers reading print copies, and they're comparable. And we thought this kind of makes sense because a lot of the digital readers are likely to be primary readers, folks who actually purchased the publication or live in a household with somebody who did. So quickly to sum up, I passed. The emerging digital readers have an attractive demographic profile. They're fairly gender balanced, a little bit more male, more affluent in education than educated than the population in general, and they seem to be attractive to the next generation of readers. They seem to read a little bit more than one title digitally. And time spent with digital editions is comparable to time spent by primary readers. The growth has been modest so far, and there does seem to be some loyalty to the hard copy legacy platform among authenticators and also among non-authenticating digital subscribers. And finally, we are curious and looking ahead. It remains to be seen how these newer distribution models that perhaps are taking hold, like NIM, might change digital reading levels and behaviors. Thank you.
All right, this accelerated breathing. Dr. Mickey Galeen, next up to talk about the opportunity with tablets.
All right. Hello. Thanks very much for being here. I hope everybody's awake and ready to go. I have 7 minutes and now probably 6.5. But I can't see the screen, so, you know. So we're here really to talk a lot about what you see up here, digital. A lot of the presentations that have come before mine have really focused on this, and mine will as well. Really what we want to do is we want to understand this medium and its connection with readers and their connection with digital. What we do know is that marketers have only begun to understand and leverage the power behind digital print as a vehicle for advertising. What we've seen over the last few years is that the number of editions of magazines has definitely grown. From year to year, we see more magazines with digital editions. At the same time, and as Risa mentioned in her presentation, we have seen some growth in digital reading in our national study. Oftentimes when I'm involved in presentations, that means we're delving into the ads. So while we have seen some growth in the readership overall, this presentation is really focused on the impact of the ads within the magazine. And one thing I should say before I move on, which I intended to say initially, is that Britta Ware and I presented this presentation in Nice. And so I thank Britta for working with me on this project. So to go back to the presentation, what we used to analyze was the Starch Digital Database, which we introduced, GfK-MRI introduced a couple of years ago. The reason we introduced this to the marketplace was because we anticipated and felt that our clients would be interested in finding out the impact of these digital editions on readers. So we are currently measuring 44 titles, and they're a subset of the Starch syndicated product. So all 44 titles are also measured in print. It's continuous measurement, so we measure all issues of those 44 titles and all of the digital ads within them. The data that we're using for this presentation includes a 1-year time period from May 2012 through May 2013, and there was about 27,000 ads at that point. And we have over 14,000 ads measured with one or more interactive features. Interactive features being one of the key areas that I think people are very interested in. This database is amassed weekly, so data comes out on a weekly basis. It's constantly growing. And really, we employ much the same methodology that we use for the Starch syndicated. One of the first questions that we asked of the data and that we continuously ask of the data and that we know people are interested in is how do the digital ads do vis-a-vis print ads in general? And what we found is that print and digital ads really perform from a noted perspective, people remembering the ads at about the same rate. And you can see that on this graph. What we do see on an overall basis is that the digital ads provoke action at a higher rate than print ads. They seem to. And these are our standard actions taken. So these are the actions taken that we ask within the print survey as well. We don't know exactly why in many cases, but what we theorize is that on a digital device, in many times it's easier to take action. It's easier to go to the website immediately. It's easier to take certain actions because you're already there. And so we believe that that is driving some of what we're seeing here. Back to interactive features, because this is something that clients seem to be very, very interested in, and because it's a key distinguisher between the printed edition and the digital edition, we looked at the database that we had to see how many ads really have interactive features. And what we found in this 1 year period, May 2012 to May 2013, is that many have an interactive features, but in most cases, they're more interactive websites, and less of the really highly interactive features like videos, galleries, games, etc. So we're not seeing as many of those kinds of ads yet. As a parallel to our overall comparison of print to digital, we also compared within the digital database, how do ads that have interactivity perform vis-a-vis ads that don't have any interactivity in digital editions. And what we found is that actually they on this top line level, they perform really equally. They're noticed at the same rate, that's the noted score, and the number of actions taken, or the percent of people taking action as a result of remembering seeing the ad, is about the same. That wasn't enough for us, so we had to delve a little deeper. So we looked at individual actions taken themselves to see if there were some interactive actions that performed better than others. And you can see here on this table, it's very small numbers, but that some interactive features do provoke greater noting, at least, of the ad. But we do have many fewer ads in those cases that incorporate those interactive features. I think most interestingly, because in the previous slide, that's looking at interactive features and their performance, but what we've also noticed is that ads oftentimes will have multiple features. And so what we wanted to find out was, does an ad that has more interactivity perform better? Do people remember it at a higher rate? And what we have found is that, in fact, that is so, that an ad that tends to have more interactive features tends to perform better. This is an area that we are going to explore a lot more deeply now, after some sort of important conversations that we had with clients toward the end of the year. But this is an area that we're committed to exploring even further, and we hope to see more opportunities to analyze this through new ads. And finally, we did cut this information by product category. A lot of this information is in the paper itself, and now that I've hit 0, because I actually can see it, I'm going to rush to the end and give you some conclusions. We believe that actions taken are higher for digital ads because, at least partially because it's easier to take action through the device. There are, I didn't even get to it in this presentation, but there are creative devices that are available through digital editions that we believe also is an opportunity for advertisement on this platform. And what we do see is that there's some positive benefit to including interactivity, and we hope to explore that even further in the coming few months. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey. Now, rounding out the session on tablets, we have from Time Inc., Rory O'Flynn and Tatiana Gabor. In Nice, we only had Tatiana on the phone, so it's great to actually have her in person.
We were actually thinking about getting her to Skype from her seat.
But Skype from right there.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. When the iPad was launched by Apple on April 3rd, 2010, a digital issue of Time magazine featuring Steve Jobs on the cover was made available for download. Of course, as soon as the launch party finished, people began to ask the inevitable question about performance. How did it do? How many? How long? How often? Thus began a lengthy journey to define, build, and implement a measurement solution for digital magazines that would provide product teams and advertising partners key piece of information that would help them optimize the consumer experience. Time Inc. has been reporting on ad performance metrics for every ad in every issue of every title of our portfolio since December 2011. We now have over 20,000 ads in our database and continue to add to that volume at a rate of approximately 1,500 per month. The goals of this paper are to present an initial examination of this unique, rich tablet advertising data set, exploring possible measures of performance and going beyond how many to identify key elements that drive performance. To begin, quick recap on the metrics we report on. We report on 3 metrics that address issue reach and engagement, and 4 metrics that measure ad reach and engagement. We also break these data out by audience type, authenticated print subscribers, and digital-only subscribers. For the purpose of this paper, we've focused on time spent with an ad because we believe that for digital magazines, it represents a strong measure of performance, a broad measure of performance, and a stable measure of performance. If you look at the ad experience for a digital issue, it's pretty unique as compared to other media. First and foremost, the consumer is entirely in control of the advertising experience. They initiate the ad exposure with a swipe, and they can choose to end that exposure at any point with another swipe. Second, the ad occupies the entire screen. So at any time, the time spent on that ad page is truly spent with that ad. Second, it's a broad measure of performance in that it captures the engagement of those people who just stop and read an ad, but then also those who decide to go on and engage further with that ad. All of this time is being captured until the consumer decides to end that experience with another swipe. And finally, it's a stable measure of performance. We've seen steady averages over time, and therefore feel that this is something that is a little less flighty than some of the other measures we examined. Okay, let's look at some data. The following chart shows the distribution of our ad database with some of the outliers removed. Each vertical rectangle represents the number of ads that have an average time spent within 0.5 or half a second time interval. Our histogram shows that most of our ads accumulate somewhere between 3 and 5 seconds, with the highest frequency observed around 5 seconds. However, the ads that have created the tail to the right-hand side accumulated somewhere between 10 and 50 seconds per reader, which can be considered highly engaging ads. Somewhere among the characteristics of these ads is the key to understanding what it is that can keep a consumer engaged beyond any expected norm. I'm going to quickly walk you through the next few slides, which examine the relationships between the following performance drivers and their impact on time spent with ads. Enhanced for tablet ads outperform non-EFTs with a median value of 36% higher, and they also demonstrate broader variance in terms of time spent. It's important to note that this is still an emerging part of the advertiser landscape, and advertisers are still trying to figure out how to best leverage these interactive features. We've seen a difference between EFTs and non-EFTs grow dramatically in the last 6 months, where the difference is now at 76%, which indicates that advertisers are becoming more familiar with the technology and best practices are becoming more widely accepted. When we look at time spent by the position in book, we see a U-shaped curve, which is primarily driven by the cover 2, 3, and 4 positions, which is great. It's very similar to how it behaves in a magazine, a traditional magazine. It's also important to note that we see high-performing ads occur throughout the book, so your position in book doesn't necessarily determine the time spent with the ad. There's also a significant increase in the median time spent as each incremental ad page is added to the total. While the accumulated time spent continues to increase, we begin to see diminishing returns after 4+ ads. In our analysis, we also looked at the ad-to-edit ratio, and we saw a marginally diminished time spent with ads as the ad-to-edit ratio increased. The exception to this are special issues such as Sports Illustrated swimsuit or InStyle's September issue, which may point to the fact that there's some uniqueness in that content that may counteract the effects of the marginally diminished ad-to-edit ratio. Finally, we looked at ad category. While there are high and low performers, it's important to note that we have ads in every single category that scored higher than 20 seconds in our data set. I'm going to turn it over to Tatiana to walk us through some of the model results.
Hello. So far we examined a number of factors that show evidence of their impact of time spent. Here we combine these factors in a multivariate regression model that allowed us to test whether the impact of these factors on ad engagement is statistically significant and estimate the empirical effect of each of these factors on engagement while accounting for other factors in the model. And now to the results. All the factors tested to have statistically significant impact on ad engagement. These factors here ranked ordered here by estimated strength of impact on time spent. NAP, or number of pages in the ad, were the strongest driver. Estimated R-square for this model was 45%, which means that our model explained about 45% of variation in log time spent with ads. We have a full description of this model and findings in the paper, which we encourage you to download.
In conclusion, at this early stage in a platform's development, it may be unwise to focus too tightly on any one single measure of success. However, it may be equally unwise to focus on none. And therefore, the purpose of this paper was to explore whether time spent with an ad could be leveraged as one possible measure of successful advertising in digital issues. We recognize that this work is unfinished and may greatly benefit from future analyses into performance drivers such as ad attributes, creative quality scores, ad engagement rates, and interactive features. Having said all of that, and based on the data set we have, we can confirm that each of the factors contributed significantly to ad engagement. The model offers an initial guide to the relative contributions from each of these key drivers when all other factors are kept constant. And most importantly, these factors should be considered when setting expectations for individual ad performance in digital editions. Thanks.
Thank you, Rory and Tatiana. So we're running a little bit behind time here, but if there are questions following from the last couple of presentations. Any questions? Going once? Going twice? Okay. Then we will move on to the session that certainly will have questions. It certainly did at the symposium in Nice, one of the most avidly attended sessions on the state of measurement of viewable impressions. And to kick that off, I give you George Ivey.
And now for something completely different. I'm going to talk a little bit about the measurement of viewable impressions, as Scott said. And in the limited amount of time we have, which I actually think is longer than the normal time, I wanted to focus, instead of necessarily on my paper and slide content, on just really trying to provide an understanding of how this stuff works and what it means. Although I am waiting for my slides to load. Or do I need to hit next? Oh, okay. Before I jump into that, I wanted to give you one brief slide, which is a general update of viewability. First of all, just stepping back, viewability and measurement of web ad viewability is an important initiative that MRC is involved in right now. It's consuming a lot of our energy. And basically what it's doing is converting the measurement of digital display and video ads from something that's measured when it's served to something that's measured when it's likely to be viewed. So if you think of a web page, you know, you're on Times web page or something like that, and if you're at the top of that web page, there might be ads served to the bottom of that web page. And before this initiative, those ads were monetized. But yet, if no one scrolled down to those ads, no one even had any opportunity to see those ads. And therefore, if you're a marketer, you're completely wasting your money. No doubt about it. However, if you can invent how to measure viewability and only monetize ads that become viewable in the viewable port of the browser, then you're becoming much more efficient in how you measure web advertising. And the MRC is aligned with that. Even though we don't control currency, we want to move forward the idea of having much more precise measurement of the web advertising in both display and viewable terms. However, when we started getting into this and people had invented this technology, we began to take a hard look at it. And one of the things we found is sort of the technological environment on the web wasn't quite ready yet to fully use this as a currency. So we actually issued an advisory. We put out a written document to the marketplace, which you can find on our website, which says, hey guys, there are some people out there that can measure viewability well, but first you need to make sure you understand how they all work. And if you're not using somebody who's accredited at measuring this, you're at very much risk because some of the vendors really can't measure that many of the impressions relative to the total amount that are served. We're working to lift that advisory. We're trying to work with vendors and others to straighten out the technological environment and lift that advisory so that the marketplace can go forward with comfort and trade on viewability. We expect to do that by the end of Q1 2014. That's very close to now. And so we're working hard on it. We are working on a draft of the standard of how to measure viewability. And the bottom line there, the next two bullets are, we're pretty much done with the standard. We just introduced the 8th version of the standard. We have this enormous group that convenes around it and helps us vet it, and basically that group is pretty much done with its work. We have a couple final tiny little comments to deal with, but we believe we're almost done. What we're doing now is also looking across vendors to try to align their practices, mostly in reporting viewable impressions, because a lot of vendors are intermingling different services along with the viewability decision. For example, filtering for invalid traffic. If you filter for invalid traffic before you measure viewability, and then you go to another vendor who filters for invalid traffic after they measure viewability, the rates are not comparable. So what we're trying to do is understand where these various services are being provided and try to align them in a way that you can isolate the viewability decision, create the rates, and give the market confidence that at least the vendors who are accredited are working in similar manners. We're going to be doing that during Q1 2014. So even though I said the standard was basically done, we're not lifting the advisory because we still have to align the vendor practices or work along those ways. Anyway, that's a quick update. Let's talk about the more important stuff. How do you measure viewability and what is it? First of all, there are many viewability vendors. There are many vendors that measure viewability in the marketplace. And if you look across them all, and they all describe themselves somewhat differently, you can boil the technique basically down to two methods. There's a method that we call geometric triangulation. Now, the vendors might call this a lot of different things, but we call it geometric triangulation. And then there's a method where you're tracking browser attributes. And let me explain those because this is really important to understand. Geometric triangulation basically uses data that you know about the page in the ad and what the user's doing and calculates using geometry whether the ad is viewable. So if you know the dimensions of the page, and you know certain positions of the corners of the ads, and then you also know the scroll position, you can use those and geometry to calculate whether the ad is in or outside of, or exactly what the relative position of the ad is to the viewable space of the page. That's, in a nutshell, how geometric triangulation works. It's executed using JavaScript. That's on the ad typically, but it could also reside on the page. One significant issue, which I'll touch on in a minute, related to geometric triangulation is that some ads appear in cross-domain iframes. So if you've ever been on the internet and you've seen an ad loading on the page and it's broken, the ad doesn't load for some reason, and you see a square there and it just says broken link, that's the iframe there, but the ad never made it in the iframe. An iframe is something that exists to protect the security of the page. So if I'm on Time's web page, Time owns that content, the editorial that's on that page. But yet they turn that little space where the ad appears over to a third party to serve an ad. And in some cases, they don't even know what ad is being served. But for momentary situation where that ad's being served, they basically cede control of that location to the third-party ad server. So that little real estate they don't own and they don't know what's in it, and there are browser rules that are produced by something called the W3C that prevent the communication in and outside of the iframe to each other for page security reasons. It enables Time to own its content, and it enables others to serve ads into a little piece of geography that they own. Anyway, long story short, in geometric triangulation, because of the communication restrictions, the people that are doing the geometry don't really know whether the ad loaded in that space. They know where the space is, but they don't really know what's in there. They just assume, and that could be a bad thing, because all of you have probably seen broken links, and that would be monetized with no ad. Anyway, that's something that the marketplace and many others are dealing with. The next method, tracking browser attributes, is also called browser optimization, by the way. And what that does is it tracks the flash frame rate. The most typical execution tracks the flash frame rate of the ad. So to protect and create the efficiency of ad serving, the browser basically will reach out, grab the ad, and create the image of the ad with the highest resolution, with the highest frame rate, when it becomes viewable. And for an ad that's served at the bottom of the page, that frame rate is slow. So if you can learn when that frame rate changes, by virtue of the way browsers work, you can tell whether that ad is viewable or not, because that frame rate increases. The risk with that is if bandwidth demands get eased and people decide to build browsers that always optimize frame rate, you lose your ability to see into whether ad becomes viewable, because everybody then has the same frame rate for all their ads regardless of position. But for the moment, that method works very well. The good thing about that method is it's less susceptible to the issues with the cross-domain iframe, because if you can understand the frame rate within the iframe, it's still maximized. Other vendors now especially are using a combination of these two methods. So when they run into an iframe that they can't see into, they're then going to this ad painting method. So that the combination of this means that you can get very good coverage between ads that are served and ads that are measured for viewability. So that's basically how it works. I'll take questions at the end if I'm confusing you more. So on to the guideline. Where we are with measuring viewability, and I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to cut to the chase here. We built a standard based on looking at billions and billions of display ads, almost 3 billion of them. And we tracked how people cycle through display ads, how often they stay on display ads. We tracked a lot of information about these ads. We built a standard that says an ad can be considered viewable when at least 50% of the pixels in the ad are in the viewable space of the browser for at minimum of 1 continuous second. Both of those criteria have to be met. If those 2 criteria are met, we count it as viewable. And the basis for that is, first of all, our tracking of people using ads. We built curves around if an ad was 10% viewable, how likely was it to be fully viewable? 20%, how likely was it to be fully? 30. Turns out that there's a nice influx in the curve that when an ad is about 50% viewable, it's between 75 and 80% likely to get 100% viewable. And because of some other factors we looked at, we thought that was a logical place to set the standard, sort of doing a dance like the MRC usually does between buyers and sellers who are at competing sides of this. The 1 second comes from some very old but highly critical research that you will find in, for example, the ARF's library about cognition relative to ads and how long it takes to tell an ad is an ad. Generally, that's sub-second. It's very good research, and it's about the way human brains work, so it probably hasn't changed that much. And we decided setting it at a second made sense. Where we've been over the last few months is wrestling about video. And I'll just boil this one down. Video, we have a slightly different standard. So for browser-based videos, we've set a standard at least 50% of the pixels of the video in view for at least 2 continuous seconds. The reason why that criteria is different, it's just longer. It takes longer to understand that a video is loaded, recognize that video, and call it an opportunity to see. We analyzed about 750 million videos of all different types across about 11,000 creative executions and over 1,000 sites. And basically, what we charted was the viewability rate on the x-axis and the time spent with the video on the y-axis. And you start to see bell curves developed. The higher the bell curve, the higher the viewability rate. The wider the bell curve, the more often users began to take action to either leave the video or any other kind of user-related action. The narrower the bell curve, the less user action there was. So if you started at like half a second and you went more and more longer intervals, what you saw was shorter bell curves, not so high because less is viewable at 5 seconds versus 1 second, but yet wider bell curves because if 5 seconds have elapsed, a user is much more likely to take some form of action than, let's say, at a half a second where there was almost no action. So at a half a second, you had a very high bell curve with no shape to it. At 5 seconds, you had a low bell curve that was wide. And then we analyzed those statistically, and we saw that there were statistically significant differences that occurred around 2 to 3 seconds. So we set the standard at 2. There's a ton of work behind that, but that's a quick explanation. Basically, we've now exposed that standard to the group. This slide, which you can review, goes over a couple of other issues that we're dealing with. This talks about the 2-second, 50% of pixel requirement. I want to mention one thing about apps. This standard is not about apps. Rory was just up here, did a wonderful job showing you pictures of ads in app. And that's a typical execution. If an ad is in an app, it's highly likely to be viewable. First of all, it generally takes over the whole page, or it's centered on the page. And so the 50% criteria is typically met, and the 1 second criteria is typically met. So we have, in a separate standard on app measurement, something that says if it's in app, you can pretty much assume it to be viewable for the moment. If it's outside of an app, this is where this standard comes into play because you're potentially at risk. I went over the data we examined. I told you that we were reconciling vendors, which is a very, very important process, which we're going to complete between now and March. These are some issues that are left. There's an issue with inactive windows. So if a window's inactive, generally that means it's in the background and there's some other content either on top of it or obstructing it, which means the ad may not be viewable. Discerning that, and then there's also an operable issue. If sometimes you maximize a video, now this is in a browser so that it takes over the whole page, sometimes the systems actually mistakenly believe that it's in an inactive window. And that's a technical issue we have to solve because the implication there is people will count it as not viewable. So that's an interesting one. Anyway, that's all I could say. In the time I have, hopefully you have a greater understanding, and we'll take questions at the end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, George. And for a second presentation perspective on viewable impressions, Josh Jason.
No, stop, you're embarrassing me. So the paper that I gave at the PDRF was about new normative data for campaign evaluation. Percent in target for digital campaigns, and then percent in view, viewable impressions. So in the presentation that I gave there, and today, I spoke only a little bit about what was in the paper and then talked a little bit more broadly about the subject of viewability. Also, I made a conscious decision not to change my deck from there. I could have gone either way, but so I'll probably have a thing or two to say outside of the deck. But this is essentially the same deck plus cover slide that I gave in these. So you've probably heard of Making Measurement Make Sense 3MS, which was an initiative began by the IAB and then joined by the 4As and the ANA. And the two, they issued 5 principles for digital measurement. The first one, and I'll only talk about the first 2. The first one is to move to a viewable impression standard and to count real exposures online. And George talked a little bit about that. The gist of it is that to make sure that an impression generates an opportunity to see, or OTS. And the second one is that online advertising must migrate to a currency based on audience impressions, not gross ad impressions. Basically what this comes down to is the same sort of media math that we're familiar with in other media. Target demographic based reach frequency and gross rating points, or gross impressions. So the first thing that I shared was some of the normative database. This is based on I think 13 months of campaigns that we observed in the VCE, Validated Campaign Essentials product. And this is percent of these demographics in target. Why these particular cells in this particular order? Basically, we looked at all the demographics that we had data for, and I only showed the ones that had at least 30 campaigns. So I cut it off at 30 campaigns. And just to give you an idea of the scale, at the top, for women 18 to 49, there were about 1,100 campaigns, and at the bottom, there were about 30, 35. Now, I know that this slide begs for context, so I'll sort of repurpose it here and say, here's what it looks like indexed against percent of population, percent of the digital population, I should say. And I won't talk too much about this. You can have access to the deck, of course. But it raises a couple of questions. One is, doesn't digital allow an advertiser to achieve 100% of delivery and target against an age-sex demographic? One of the things that we think is really important in dealing with normative data, and by the way, we've just published normative data in our interface. The norms differ a little bit from what I'm showing here, and that's another reason why I kind of want to refer you to the actual data that we've published. But we think it's important to manage expectations of both buyers and sellers. We've seen, for example, that even when demographic guarantees are made based on data encoded into cookies, we can see as much as 30% error with respect to age agenda just from the fact of cookie sharing. In other words, there's a cookie on a computer, but there's multiple users of that machine. Why do the narrower targets seem to generate a greater efficiency with respect to in-target delivery? And we believe that what's going on there is, in many cases, the more narrow the target, the more precise the advertiser is actually attempting to execute against that narrow target. We've actually just seen anecdotally, we've seen advertisers that was sort of executing against an 18-plus target, and then when they actually run a campaign, they look at a, say, 18 to 49 target, but they're actually executing against a broader target. And then isn't the whole point of digital advertising the hyper-targetability, the fact that I can deliver, say, ads to people who visited the Ford site in the last 48 hours? And I think what we say about that is that's one of the points. Absolutely, but what happens is when you deal with that kind of target, by sort of a priori, you end up dealing with very small cells or very narrow targets. Conversely, we also think digital can be used to deliver larger, sort of traditional TV type or major national print type audiences. So this slide, I just kind of put in there because we were in the middle of being sued in Nice, so thought I would stress the fact that we follow, I'm nothing if not honest. Our philosophy was and remains that we don't set standards, we follow standards, right? We're sort of agnostic with respect to what the industry standards should be. We use 50% for a second because that's the working standard the industry is using. If that standard changed, we would change as well. So a couple things about viewability. Now I've shifted into the part where we talk about viewability. We know that digital advertising works. We take 3MS at their word. 3MS did a lot of diligence. They hired Bain Consulting Group to talk to hundreds of players throughout the ecosystem, buyers, sellers, vendors. We take them at their word that advertiser confidence will beget increased digital spend. That was one of the big findings of that diligence work was, the way I sort of internalized it is, here's advertisers with big bags of money with like the dollar sign on the side, and then here's websites with inventory, and the advertisers are saying, please help me give you this bag of money. So we sort of take 3MS at their word that in fact increased confidence in digital advertising will bring more of those bags of money. We also take them at their word that viewability is an essential component of driving that confidence. We also understand that there's a near-term discomfort, and I know some of the publishers in the room may think that's an understatement, but we understand there's a near-term discomfort associated with any change in currency. I remember working at Arbitron back in the days when we brought markets from diaries to meters. Changes in currency are just disquieting, to say the least. We understand that. But ultimately, despite the pain points sort of associated with such a shift, we think the long-term story is all about upside, except for the bad actors. And it's good for everybody, I think, if we sort of drive the bad actors out of the space. Ads that are viewable are measurably more effective than ads that are not viewable. It almost pains me to have to say that. Ads work better when one sees the ad. Fortunately, we can quantify that. Shining a light on poor performing inventory, this is one of the things that we believe will eliminate large swaths of low-end inventory, and again, that should help stabilize pricing, and again, we think that's good for the publishers of quality differentiated premium branded content. And we also believe that viewability and campaign audience delivery, in other words, what percent of the campaign was viewable, what percent of the campaign was delivered against my target, what was the reach and frequency against my target. We think these two metrics need to come from the same source, from the same tag, for the simple reason that what you want to understand is the viewable ads that your target was exposed to. You can't compound and combine the two unless it comes from a single source. So let's look at a little bit of top-line viewability data. We had done a preliminary analysis, and then we ran all these campaigns through our normative data model. And in both cases, we found that 46% of impressions served were viewable impressions. And you may have been exposed to a finding of ours from the beginning of 2012. I think that 69% of ads were viewable. Viewability is not decreasing. Rather, that first study was based on campaigns from 12 flagship brands who were mostly advertising in quality premium content. There weren't a lot of networks and exchanges in those buys. This is a better read on the state of digital viewability today across the ecosystem. Now, when you look at premium sites, and in this analysis we define premium as a CPM of at least $5 and revenues of at least $100,000 a month, that's US currency. So viewability goes up to about 53%, and when you look at networks and exchanges, 37%. But when you look at networks, when you look at situations where the domain is blinded to the user on the network or exchange, it goes down to 13%. Just a couple of quick caveats. To be clear, the data I'm showing is representative of all campaigns that ran VCE, not all campaigns at large. Just be clear about that limitation. We're only looking at the campaigns that have been instrumented for our campaign evaluation tool. The data is limited to display advertising, which is to say not video, and on computers, which is to say not mobile. And to be fair, publishers have not entirely optimized their sites and inventory yet for viewability. When we talk about viewability, viewable advertising being measurably better, and we've seen this, we've quantified this, but I'll just show you sort of conceptually the notion. So let's suppose you have 10 exposures and 2 of your exposed become buyers. I should say 10 served ads, 10 served impressions. So you've got a 20% conversion rate, but in fact, maybe 4 of those 10 served impressions were never seen. So actually, you've got a 33% conversion rate. And ad effectiveness studies that don't use viewable impressions are almost certainly understating the branding and the sales impact of digital advertising. Basically, what happens is you're taking incidences that should be in your control cell unexposed and considering them as exposed, when in fact they never had a chance to see the ad. So when you shift those served ads that weren't viewable into the unexposed cell, naturally the measured performance of digital advertising increases. One advertiser, and I know it was very frustrating in Nice that I couldn't say the name of this advertiser, I still can't, but they saw that when they went from a sort of an under 50% viewability, the industry average, and optimized for viewability, to where they were getting at least 70% viewability, they sold 75% empirical sales lift. More cereal flew off the shelves. I think I might have tipped my hand with this. But anyway, yeah, empirically, 75% lift in sales when you manage against viewability. What are publishers asking us? Basically, help us prepare. And so what can be done is, we talk about viewability measurement in terms of campaigns, but it can also be sort of conceptualized in terms of sites. So, for example, you can look at the viewability of inventory incidents on a website. And so you may find, for example, this ad slot down here has got 25% viewability, but what if I take that and move it up there? Okay, so when I optimize against viewability, suddenly I can do a better job of bringing value to the inventory. And Scott, I'm giving you 4 minutes back. Please, you're embarrassing me.
Okay. So I predicted that we would have questions on this part of the session. Do we? Any questions on viewability, where the standard sits, the methodology, methodological difference described by George, the norms described by Josh? Rory.
Won't necessarily be men 18 to 34. It could be women, and that's what they call.
Yeah,
do you see
absolutely.
a product moving in that direction?
Oh, sorry. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think is this on? I can't tell. I think we offer some of that now. But yeah, we're actually working with some of the providers of targetability. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. To sum up, yes.
Josh, I have a question also for you. You talked about helping publishers prepare for the arrival of a viewability standard, and gave one example of just simply analyzing the ad slots on a site and figuring out if you moved it, how you might be able to improve that. Question is, are there other strategies apart from that you are recommending right now? And you also had made reference to helping advertisers prepare. Are there things that they need to be doing in their creative units from your standpoint that would improve viewability?
Well, I would say, from the publisher perspective, it's less that we're recommending strategies as trying to provide tools to let publishers develop strategies, but I will say that we're starting to, one of the things we're starting to understand is that the two parameters of viewability, duration and percent on screen, are unique, and each of them has different impacts. So, and we've seen a little bit of, and I think you know this, Scott, I think we did some of this work with you, we've seen a little bit of text ads, ads with a lot of copy tend to perform better with more time spent.
Mm-hmm.
And visual ads, ads with more imagery, tend to perform better with more of the ad on the screen. As far as advertisers are concerned, it's not difficult with advertisers. Advertisers are sort of driving the movement to viewability in the first place.
Right. But are there any changes that they would be making to their creative units, I guess is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, I think that, you know, I hadn't thought about that, but now that I do think about it, unfortunately, what I think is that they're still at the point of thinking about holding media accountable instead of thinking about how they personally, they themselves can optimize viewability.
Do you think they'll be asking for refunds for the unviewable ads from the prior year?
Yeah, well, you know, as George mentions, because, you know, sort of the problem is, okay, my ad wasn't viewable because somebody, let's say video ad. Okay, my ad wasn't viewable because after a second and a half, they closed the viewer. Well, is that because, you know, whose fault is that, basically?
Right.
And that's, I would agree with George. That's a little premature to start asking.
So, Scott, one of the things that we have maybe 15 of these companies in front of us to be audited. And measuring viewability, what we've told the companies is that's, in a way, kind of going to become commoditized. Where you really establish your value is by helping people optimize to it. So we see some of the vendors really moving strongly in that direction. Right now, for example, the information that Josh put up on his presentation was just focused on where you move an ad in a page. There's so many other things that contribute. Like when we looked at these billions of ads, one of the things that jumped out at us is sometimes where we thought great ad placements were before that we thought would be highly viewable turned out not to be so great. So for example, if you think you put an ad on the Yahoo homepage and you pay a lot for that ad, and it's at the top of the masthead, right? So it's highly likely to be viewable. The problem is people don't spend a lot of time with that ad
past it to
because
get where they're going.
Yeah, they just click on that to go into content. I want to go to Yahoo Finance or something.
Right.
And then they spend a lot of time on Yahoo Finance. So what viewability is doing is turning our assumptions kind of on their ear about how people flow through web pages with not just how they flow, but now how they flow on a viewable basis. Right. And that information is really valuable. So not only is it where it is on the page, but what kind of a page is it, what else accompanies it, the whole concept of clutter, which the digital business has largely ignored, is going to come home to roost. So.
Okay, great. Since it's been far too peaceful in our business over the last decade, I welcome a little disruption there. Britta, you have a question?
Yeah, can I just, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment, because it's kind of building up on what both George and Josh are saying. This is an opportunity for both advertisers and media. Looking in the background, people have seen success of digital advertising for a long time. Now we have an opportunity to actually have more viewable ads. You can imagine the success of the digital advertising will improve, and therefore I could see pricing going up.
That is the theory. Any other questions on viewability? From the back, anywhere? Okay, well, we'll take a little bit of extra time here. I'm pleased to move us to our final session, which is really about some of the developments in planning and research that have been stimulated by the digital revolution. And first up, I'm very happy to introduce Kristen Luck, who has the distinction of being the person who traveled the farthest to join us today. She came from California, and I do thank you for that, Kristen.
Yes, I came from the West Coast, from Oregon. From Oregon, yeah. I used to live in California, but I live in Oregon now. I'm a little bit of a podium phobe, so I'm gonna stand out here and present. So this morning I'm going to be talking about the impact of mobile, and specifically I'm going to be talking about survey design. I know anytime I start monkeying around with survey design, people get really nervous. So I thought I would kind of ease into it by comparing some personal experiences that I've had with sort of what our industry problem appears to be. So Nice was kind of the last stop on a kind of bizarre around the world trip that I made this last fall. I started out speaking at a conference in Sydney in September and didn't return home back to the States until October 26th. And I did that all in one carry-on bag. I hate checking bags because they're notorious for getting lost. So I always just do a carry-on, and so you can imagine what my bag looked like after a month and a half. I pretty much wanted to burn every piece of clothing I had with me at the end of that trip. But about halfway through the trip, my boyfriend started kind of joking with me that my wardrobe is all grays, whites, and blacks, and conveniently nicknamed my wardrobe Shades of Gray, which now my business partners have glommed onto. And I really spent a lot of time thinking about that. Like, really, am I wearing that much gray, taupe, black? Yes, because it's easy to pack and everything sort of matches. But I thought that was kind of relegated to my business uniform and sort of how I travel. And then I started looking actually at my personal pictures, and I realized I pretty much only wear gray, white, black, taupe in my personal life too. And it really sort of got me thinking that I maybe needed to get out of my comfort zone a little bit more. And you might be thinking right now, what the hell, Kristen, does this have to do with mobile research? Well, I think I'm, for one, don't really like change. I don't really like bright colors. And right now I'm incredibly uncomfortable wearing a very pink shirt on stage. I think I wore a purple dress actually in Nice, way outside of my comfort zone. And I think as an industry that we're kind of uncomfortable with change too. I think that we're, interestingly enough, now pretty quick to embrace technologies, new technologies, but very uncomfortable with making any kind of fundamental changes to survey design. So I hope you'll join me in getting out of your comfort zone today. I'm embracing my pink shirt. I'm really looking forward to going back to my hotel and changing out of it at some point. But I do think that mobile is really unique because it creates a huge opportunity for us as an industry. I know that there's been some talk this morning about app-based surveys, and I know a lot of clients here are experimenting with app-based surveys. And you know, app-based surveys are interesting. I think they're good for ethnographies. I think that they're good for certain types of research, but I think they're also pretty limiting. There's two fundamental problems. The first is with distribution. Unless you're a panel company, it's very, very tough to get your app distributed, or unless you have your own custom panel, which is a better fit for an app. The second is app overload. So how many people here have 80 or more apps on their phone? That's about four screens of apps, right? So if you download a survey app, it's likely going to be on that fourth or fifth screen. You might never see it. I know for myself, I probably wouldn't download more than one mobile app or a mobile survey app. So distribution of those apps is going to get more and more challenging as time progresses. And there was a really interesting article in Fast Company a couple months ago. I'm a Fast Company super fan, but there was a guy that was quoted and he said, the mobile future is about much more than apps. And I totally believe that. I mean, mobile internet is on the rise in a wicked way. I probably access mobile web on my phone, you know, 10, 15 times a day. I'm constantly looking up stuff on my phone. And one of the other things that we really have to worry about too is emerging markets, and I'm going to talk more about that in just a second. So a lot of clients ask, why is it so important that we integrate mobile as part of our research practice? And most importantly, it's because we're on the move. People are not anchored to a desktop or even their laptop as much as they used to be. I know when I'm traveling, which is roughly half the year, I'm completely reliant on my phone. I'm very, very rarely on my laptop at all. Even more telling is that 95% of people in developed countries own cell phones, 42% of which are smartphones, and that number is only growing. So we're only going to kind of see that mobile and smartphone penetration grow. 43% of Facebook users access the site through their mobile device. I know Josh and I have been on Facebook even during the session, so You know, Facebook usage is growing, and more people are accessing sites like that via mobile device. And then, you know, smartphone and mobile web penetration is still rapidly growing. I mean, I think, you know, sometimes we're very insulated in the US here, and we think, hey, everyone has a smartphone at this point, but it's just not the case. Although the people that do, over 70% of smartphone users access the web at least one time per day. Sales of mobile internet phones, so these aren't even smartphones, these are just phones that are enabled for mobile web. In emerging markets, those are going to reach 1.2 billion by 2015. And in both Africa and India, they average 3 mobile phones for every 4 people. So penetration of mobile is just growing and growing and growing. And one of the things that we're really looking at Decipher is emerging markets. So when I refer to BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and now you'll see in parentheses S, that stands for South Africa. BRICS are something that we're really focused on. How do we, you know, deliver surveys to web-enabled phones in those markets? And there's a lot of different lifestyle and socioeconomic factors that go into play in those sort of emerging markets. How people live, how they relate to their phones on a day-to-day basis is really different than what we do in the U.S. And this is a really interesting phenomenon because, you know, in a lot of these emerging markets, people are never going to access or use the internet in the traditional ways that we have. You know, we sort of started out using the internet from our PC. These people will never, ever use a PC, probably during their lifetime. They're going to go straight to the mobile web or use their phones for every type of activity. I was at a conference a few months ago and was talking with Tom Satati, who runs Brand Integrated in Kenya, and he was saying that he almost never carries a wallet in Kenya anymore. He buys everything that he does through MPA, which is a service that works on feature phones. He doesn't even have a smartphone. So, so we really have to sort of look at how the world is evolving, not just here in the US, but also globally. So I want to talk a little bit about a study that we conducted at Decipher. For those of you who aren't familiar with Decipher, we're sort of an unusual company. We're not a full-service research firm. We're what you would call a research services supplier. So we manage the sort of guts of the operational process for lots of different clients, both brands and for full-service market research firms. And in addition to that, we also license our software. And so it puts us in this really unique position where we're fielding lots of different types of surveys over lots of different types of clients and gives us access to just an unbelievable amount of data, which is what we used in these white paper results that I'm going to share with you. So basically what we did is we looked at 80 online surveys that we conducted in Q3 and Q4 of 2012, and then another 42 online surveys that we conducted in Q1 and Q2 of 2013. And that gave us access to a little over 1.5 million respondents. If anyone's kind of interested in seeing the full white paper, Tony, do we have all the white papers for this posted somewhere?
Well, they are all up on the PDRF.
They are on the PDRF website.
We have a link on our site to that.
Cool, yeah. So if anybody's interested in seeing the full study results, we're actually also working on an update to this. So we'll have a little over 2 million now. But there were 3 key questions that we were sort of looking at. The first is, what's the impact of recruitment method on survey participation from mobile devices? So do we see differences in terms of respondent behavior if someone comes in from a traditional panel versus a website intercept or from a client-supplied sample? The second, and most importantly, and I think one of the things that I get asked about a lot is what's the impact on the data quality? Do we see differences, fundamental differences in the data? And then lastly, and most importantly, I think for us at Decipher is how do we use the data from those studies to sort of think about the mobile tools and techniques that we're developing? How do we improve completion rates? And how do we sort of offer best practices for clients that are starting to use mobile as part of their research practice? So I'm going to share some of that data with you. The first thing that we looked at is the migration to mobile. So how are respondents sort of migrating? And what we looked at was device type that was used to access traditional online studies. So these are not research studies that are optimized in any way for mobile devices. They're simply studies that we put online, and respondents chose to access those through a mobile device. And you can see here Q4 is in the blue, and that's Q4 from 2011, and then Q2 of 13. So you can see PC use is decreasing, phone and tablet use is increasing. And there were some key takeaways from that. The first is that survey takers are obviously migrating to mobile devices. We're seeing sort of a slower trend than in previous years, but still migrating pretty rapidly all the same. The second is that growing tablet use may indicate a maturing smartphone market, at least in the US. We don't anticipate seeing that globally, and we're trying to expand our study results globally so we can take a bigger look at what's going on around the world. But in the US, we're definitely seeing a rise in tablets. The second thing that we wanted to explore was the migration to mobile by sample source. So does sample source sort of impact if people are coming in via their PC versus a mobile device? And we saw that, yes, that was definitely the case. As you can see, panel sample, phone and tablet use is still pretty low, less than 5%, or roughly 5%. But then you can see on a client supply customer list, phone is nearly 20%. And I know when I looked at the data just a couple weeks ago from the last round of the study, it was surpassing 20% at this point. And you might kind of ask, hey, well, why would a client supplied sample be any different? Well, think about a traditional panel. So how many of you are on research panels here in this room? So you get a study invitation from Toluna or Research Now or any of the big panel providers. How likely are you going to start that on your mobile device? Probably not very likely. Panel respondents have been kind of preconditioned to expect long, relatively uninteresting studies that aren't really optimized for phones. And they're looking at a serious time commitment. So in panel sample, respondents just have a greater expectation for receiving those surveys, and so they're less likely to click on that link and actually start it on a mobile device. In contrast, a customer list, chances are those respondents aren't being contacted as much. They may never have participated in a research project before. And so they just haven't been preconditioned to understand what they're in for, so they're more likely to start it on a phone. We also looked at completion rates by mobile versus PC users, and again, you can see completion rates on PCs pretty high, and tablets are just about the same. I mean, tablets can optimize and deliver a similar experience to a PC, but phones, very low, 59%, and again, this is because those surveys are not optimized for a mobile device. So some key takeaways, mobile participation numbers illustrate that sample and recruitment methods do impact mobile click-through rates. And panel versus client-supplied samples, not really the only factor that matters. And I think really the biggest key to mobile is the survey design. And I know that's scary for a lot of us. And this is probably the scariest chart that I've come across. So this is a 12-column by 10-column grid. And I know probably everybody in this room normally feels 10 by 10 or 10 by 12 grids. But you can see on page 4, that's actually where the 12 by 10 column grid is. And you can see on the mobile studies, there's an enormous jump in drop-offs there because those survey questions, those grids just don't render correctly on those devices, and people just aren't going to take them on a mobile device. So just some things to remember. The first, obviously, and most importantly, is to limit survey length. We say roughly 10 questions. I know everybody wants to push the margin on that. I just actually had a guy disagree with me at a conference and say, hey, I'm regularly fielding 25-minute surveys on a mobile device. And I say, more power to you, but that's not our recommendation. We say shorter is better. Obviously, limit the number of text boxes per question. Text questions are a little tougher on a mobile device. Avoid other specifies, which kind of ties in with the text box per question. We also say to avoid rating scales in grid questions, but if you do, keep it to 3 by 5 or 3 by 3 grids. And then keep column text short. Column text wraps or is hard to see. It's problematic. And then keep the topic to the point and limit iterations. I know we already have clients that are asking us about programming conjoint surveys on mobile. Subtle nuances in question types are really hard for people to pick up on mobile devices, so just be smart about the types of studies that you're doing on mobile devices. And then most importantly, the data. Everyone asks, what are the differences between mobile users and online users? And frankly, we really haven't found much. I mean, there's some subtle differences in the data, but nothing that would directionally change the research. And we are regularly fielding cross-platform studies for clients where we're offering both a mobile and an online version. So again, we've not found much distinction between PC and mobile users and in response distribution and 11-point rating scales, or actually in any other type of scales, including satisfaction ratings. So lastly, just a few key points to keep in mind. Each study is unique, so it requires thoughtfulness on every single study to decide if mobile is the right fit for it. Results will also vary by study, so it's very, very important when you're doing cross-platform research to look at the study results and really understand how technology plays into that. Know your sample source, that's super important. Make sure you're smart about how you sample and the sample sources that you use. And also keep in mind demographic and psychographic variables, because that can have an impact on the type of user that's more willing to take a survey on a mobile device versus not. And then lastly, most differences between PC and phone users are really due to demographic differences in unfriendly mobile survey design. That's really what we've found. So survey design is a key component of a mobile study. And then lastly, just a few things to share with you. I know I'm officially out of time, but I get asked a lot, sort of what are the sites that you look at, or how do you keep on track with changes in the evolving sort of mobile space. NGMR, which is the Next Gen Market Researchers group on LinkedIn, I'm sure lots of you are on it. That's a really great resource for staying on top of new technologies. I also like this group on LinkedIn called Innovation and New Tools in MR, and I think there's a lot of good thought leadership on there and a lot of sharing versus selling. I hate accessing a LinkedIn group to get a sales pitch, but Innovation and New Tools in MR is awesome. And then lastly, there's some sites that I watch. The first is the IMF, and I know that seems kind of a weird site to look at from a research perspective, but the IMF really details out where the biggest areas of economic growth are, and those are the areas that we're really looking at as we target new technology and sort of where we're going to go. MobileStatistics.com is awesome. I'm just going to give another pitch for Fast Company because I think it's the most awesome site, and I read it every single day. AdMob. Josh didn't pay me to say this, but ComScore is an awesome resource, and they do put out a lot of really great free data. They're an excellent resource, so visit ComScore from time to time. And then TechCrunch is another one of my favorites. They're always releasing new tools and new techniques. So thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Maybe one object lesson of that is that if it doesn't work on mobile, maybe we shouldn't be doing it anyway. So long, boring questionnaires with lots of grids, maybe not such a good idea anymore. Our next paper comes from John Bremer at Toluna, but it is of research that was organized and commissioned by the ARF, and we have two of the leaders of the ARF present in the audience. If you want to take a bow here, Gail Fugit, the president of the ARF, and Horst Stipp, vice president, and very appreciative of their support of today. Take it away, John. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. There are two references I would like to take out of Kristen's talk initially. One is, I won't name the conference, but I'm the co-chair of another conference, and we actually are going to have a paper on conducting conjoint on mobile devices at the conference. So I thought that was funny that was the example there. The second thing, I tend to wear all blue, various shades. I did not break out of my comfort zone as Kristen did and wear something pink, but I definitely admire her fortitude in doing so. I'm here to talk to you about a different type of research project. This is cumulative among a great many number of researchers. Really, I have about 15 hours worth of material here, which I'm going to do in 15 minutes, now 14 minutes. So if you have any questions, Gail, myself, anyone at the ARF can certainly answer those questions. It is important to note, even though I am presenting today, this is a tremendous number of people's work. I'm only going to briefly call out Don Glockler, George Strahanian, Bill Cook, Randall Thomas, and Robert Walker. Their material is in here, but it's an amazing amount of work by a tremendous number of people. And I would like to invite people. One of the things that came out of the first Foundations of Quality study was that there was a lot of very interesting information that was provided, but we didn't take it the next step, perhaps, and that is going to happen with Foundations of Quality too. We are inviting people, we're not quite there yet, but we are inviting people to take the data themselves, ask questions, and use this impressive data asset to answer those questions. So I do want to let you know that is coming in the future, and really this is an invitation to help us out, get as much information out of the data set as possible. So how did this all come about? Well, spending on online research continues to grow, and it grows throughout the world, not just in the US and Europe, where in the US it's approximately 50% of spend on research is now online in some manner. Europe is growing tremendously too, but if you can see, the growth rate in the rest of the world is exploding at this point. And for that reason, there are a lot of questions about the quality and how to best use online research. And we attempted to actually look at this in the first Foundations of Quality. This occurred in 2007, and several important, albeit at times scary, findings came out of this. The first is that if you go to panels, there's the potential for substantial variability across panels. However, within a panel, if you continue to do research time and time again, we saw that there was a consistency within the panel itself. We know that duplication exists in surveys with multiple vendors. People will take surveys multiple times or be offered the opportunity to take the same survey if it goes across multiple vendors. There are different panel recruiting techniques, and this may lead to different skews, non-demographic skews in the data. Survey length affects survey quality. I think that's broadly true across all research that we do, not just online, but this came out of the finding. And younger respondents were twice as likely to exhibit suboptimal behavior than older respondents. And we think there are reasons for this, which is they may not actually be showing suboptimal behavior. It just may be that they read faster and they do other things. We've investigated that this time. So what happened? Well, all this information permeated out into the industry, and new questions came up. Questions about the work that had been done, but also the work that had been done had generated new questions. And the first few findings that I put forth really generated some talk. So we know, given the slide that I showed with the increasing amount of work that's being done online, the growth in panels isn't growing at the same rate. It is certainly growing, but not at the same rate. So the need is there to go across panels to find other sample sources. But if you take the first finding that we had, which was there was variability across sources, that's sort of a frightening thing. And that really started people talking about what we were doing. So the planning started in 2010 among some really good people who started saying, hey, these questions are coming up, so let's talk about it. 12 suppliers of research, 12 buyers, and these are Starcom, the various people who buy market and media research signed on as sponsors, and 25 sellers. Those are companies like myself, Taluna, Decipher, others who sell research also signed on to the initiative as sponsors. George Strahaney and John Oren designed and headed up the initiative. Jean Volgioni and Don Glocker were sort of the executive sponsors. Okay, so what did we do? Well, first, there's a lot that's been written about online research, but all of it had never been put together or brought together. So I think this actually doesn't get as much play as the other components of the ARF Foundations of Quality initiative. But there was a thorough literature review which said, here's all we know about online research, the quality, how to best conduct it, things of that nature. So that was conducted in 2011. We did some qualitative work on one area of the research. We then broke the group into 8 different subsets, and I'll very briefly run through those in a second. But these were the different areas where questions had evolved. And for most of that, we actually were able to design a single survey instrument that went across 23 separate sample sources to sort of answer the questions that we had. I'll talk about routers in a second. They may not be familiar to everyone in this room, but the one standalone piece was a simulated router experiment. And then we've entered the age of analysis of the experiments. Okay, so here's why I said it was a 15-hour talk. Each of these has a tremendous number of things we could talk about. The questions involved, things of that nature. So I'm just going to briefly run through the titles of them. The first committee is Respondent Sources and Selection of Sample. This really gets into sampling online. What are the ways you can actually do this? The second component, and again, I'll talk about this very briefly in a second, is the router experience for rivers and access panels. The next component was about deduplication and verification. There are different tools that have come up which allow us to do this. The question is, how effective are they, and how effective are engaging in these sorts of things on the data quality that we see. The next group really looked into survey frequency. How often, if a respondent takes a survey quite a bit, surveys quite a bit, how much is too much? And the corresponding question is, how little is too little? Because that really does come into play as well. Within survey behavior, this actually ranges a whole lot of different things, which includes incentives, what we're now branding suboptimal behavior, SOBs. This is a change from bad respondents, and there's a reason it's a change from bad respondents. These guys just may not be poor data quality, but they do exhibit behaviors we may not want. And then I head up the weighting subcommittee. I know everyone finds that fascinating, and that one I could talk on 15 hours itself, but I'll spare you that one. And then finally, the full panel on respondent incentives. Okay. So here's the primary methodology. We actually had, I think it's a misnomer that it's pure RDD telephone, but it's 70% landline, 30% mobile. We conducted a subset of the questions that we did across the other ones on telephone, but a big subset. The average length of this survey was 25 minutes on that. And then we actually broke up the survey into 4 different sampling approaches. And it had to do with what variables we were actually looking at, so age, gender, education, race, ethnicity, location, things of that nature. And we actually randomly sent the samples into the different components. Again, 23 sample sources were utilized across 18 different companies. And then we also investigated what we called rivers. And a river is basically where you intercept an individual in the process of their daily lives online. That's a bit simplistic because there are different methodologies to do it, but I think that's the one that actually sort of makes people say aha on that one. There hadn't been much research on river, and there are some myths that have come up that the research has supported and also debunked as we've looked into this. There we only did sort of the prototypical sample age by gender by region. Okay. So I'm not going to read through this, so you guys can be that. But these are all the various things that we actually considered in the survey design. Again, I invite you to sort of look at this. We looked at both substantive areas, but also mechanical issues as well. Okay, so now, here's the fun part. And we're actually getting close, or at least a lot closer in reporting results for the router. But what is a router? It was found out a while back that if you have a respondent base that you're inviting to a survey and paneled, et cetera, and they don't qualify for the survey, or if you have a lot of surveys that you're actually doing, you need to actually spread the sample across them. What we were doing was theoretically inefficient. Inviting people to a survey, they might get locked out if they didn't come in fast enough or their quota group was full, things of that nature. So a lot of companies have actually built what we term routers, and that is the decision-making process by which a respondent gets selected into a particular survey. So there are two ways of doing this. One is bringing a respondent into a general area where they're asked a lot of questions about the surveys that they might qualify for. And then, based on their answers to that, they're sent to the most appropriate study. And that's what's known as a parallel router. As a parallel router. The second type is you basically go survey by survey. You randomly select an order for the surveys, and then you bring respondents in, they take the screener, and then it's decided whether or not they actually qualify for that study. They either go in or they go on to the next screener. But it's a whole series of screening sections that sort of bring people in and out of the surveys. And the nice thing about this is it's been a very efficient, but there are serious questions that have come up that instead of sort of bringing people into a particular study, doing it in a more general way, do you actually induce some form of bias into the results? And does it matter whether you do it in the serial, survey by survey, or in the parallel, which is all the questions at once? The findings were unknown. There certainly were some people who have presented on routers in conferences. The problem is, what we have found, and this came through the focus groups that we've run, is that people will talk about a router using different language. It can be the same thing, but they'll describe it. There hasn't been a common lexicon. And that's the first real benefit. There now is a common lexicon by which we talk about routing, that because we had the buy-in of all the major sample providers and producers of routers, we've actually agreed on. So now people can understand what in effect is going on. So there's a few more that have actually been added on to this, but some of the major findings, I'm actually going to talk about one which sort of goes back to the scary finding from FOQ 1, which is sample sources are clustered. There are two main clusters that we've actually found. And within the cluster, now not within the provider, within the cluster, results are actually very consistent. Across the clusters, you see some variability. Now, that isn't as totally reassuring as if I had said, everything's the same, you can use whatever you want. But it is more reassuring that, particularly for tracking studies, for things where you need consistency, you can actually gain consistency. And in the industry itself, there seems to be two major clusters of sample sources. I'm going to, I've run out of time. So I am going to just highlight two or three more. We talk a lot about speeding, and speeding is associated with but not correlated with other forms of suboptimal behavior. So if you think about incentives, why are people trying to take a study? They want to get through it if they're not trying to give you the best data possible. And so speeding does correlate with most of the things that we talk about as suboptimal behaviors, straight lining or non-differentiated response, the trap questions that people really want to go into. Again, it's not perfectly correlated, but it's actually a very good proxy. Depending on the type of study, those with suboptimal behaviors don't have an extreme amount of impact on the results. Another big one is that samples from online rivers give approximately the same results as samples from panels in this case. So I'm going to leave it there with the final sort of saying of what we're actually doing. We are producing white papers, and those white papers are actually going into publication. We're now on our third round of publication with regard to the papers. The second one in December was amazing. Go read it in the Journal of Advertising Research. Just kidding. That's mine. So there is a distinct publication strategy that we have here. In addition, the findings are being translated into guidance. So instead of just putting out the findings, there will also be guidance on how to utilize this information in making the choices that everyone has to make. And as I mentioned before, there's a sharing of assets. The idea is to get everyone involved in looking at this data beyond what we've actually done. Anyways, I've taken up more than my share of time, so Scott, thank you for inviting me, and I'll turn it over.
Thank you, John. So our last presentation of the day comes to us not from David Schiffman, who presented it in Nice, but from Debbie Donahoe from the same firm, that being MediaVest here in New York. Fascinating study on a very different approach to media planning.
Okay, so as you just heard, David is not able to be here, so I'm filling in for him. But what I'm going to be talking about is really the outcome of over a year's worth of research that we conducted at MediaVest that David led. It was it had a high level of participation throughout our company. I'm going to touch a little bit on why we were interested in community, what was the spark for this research, and then go into some of the things that we learned in the qualitative stages of our research, which we termed our immersion stage. Then I'm going to take you through some of the primary metrics and dimensions and media usage information that we collected. Finally, I have one example of an application that we've done for some of our clients. And then finally, just really briefly, some of the implications that we see for the publishing world. Okay, so why community? I mean, at MediaVest, we believe that community is where passion, emotion, and influence live. And if this is where people are really focused and engaged, then this is where we want to be able to help our brands interact with people through their interests that are they're really most engaged with. And we believe that given the behavioral shifts, the technological shifts that are occurring right now, and the changes in the sources of influence that people and communities have access to now, that understanding community is even more important right now for marketers. Okay, so in the immersion stage of what we did qualitative research, focus groups throughout the country with people of different ages and different interests. And then we also did a pretty deep lit review from the academic literature. So going into this, we felt like we understood what was already out there. And some of the things that we found were that community is really about four things. It's about membership, influence, fulfillment, and emotional connection. And that people participate in communities really because it makes their lives better. They find that they're getting mutually rewarding experiences, they're giving and getting, and there's this value exchange that helps them feel connected to other people. Doesn't look quite right there. We also found that brands can participate in communities, but the people that we spoke with had very clear expectations about how brands could communicate with them. Their communications had to be emotionally relevant. They had to be authentic, and they had to inspire and motivate. So they're really expecting to get something from any interaction that they have with a brand and not just be marketed to. So finally, after our qualitative stage, we took those learnings and then we went into a large-scale quantitative survey. We conducted with TNS 8,000 interviews. We had a questionnaire that covered 25 different subjects. We asked people about their involvement in 153 possible communities. And then we also asked about their relationships with 182 different brands. So it was quite a large survey. And what we learned from that survey, we boiled down to these 5 primary dimensions or metric types. I'm going to walk you through 4 of these today, but not the last one, community and brand relationships. We just didn't have time to get into today, but I will talk to you a little bit about the community size and scale metrics that we created and how we use those. The community engagement metrics, our work on motivations and values for participating in communities, and then finally how communities are using information sources for inspiration and also to communicate with each other. Okay, so size and amplification. And we think that size and amplification determine a community scale. So the first metric that we created was community size, and this is basically taking what people told us about their membership in communities, and then we used census data to extrapolate that to the US population. So we got a base number, the size in the US of a potential of a community. We also then asked every person for each community that they were in, the number of people that they spoke to about that interest or that community. So we called that the communication context. And then we take those 2 numbers and we multiply them together to get something we're calling the amplification potential. So in the example here, if you had 35 million members and they on average talk to 15 people about their community interest, then you end up with a potential amplification of 477 million. We are not claiming that this is like an earned media number, and we do not really use this in a pure numerical sense when we talk to clients. What we do with it, though, is use it to understand differences between communities. So, different value that these communities could have for our clients. So you take, as an example here, the beer and wine communities. You see that in size, they're very equal. They're about 41 million members who are interested in beer and wine and consider themselves to be part of a community around these things. But because the beer community has a greater number of contacts, the amplification potential for the beer community is greater. So when we're talking to our clients about potential communities that they can think about to activate against, to be involved with, this is important information for them to know. Okay, the second area of metrics is engagement and motivations. So we had a battery of 8 different questions on our survey that got at those 4 pillars of community. The first thing we did with them was create an overall metric. So we wanted to understand which were the communities that people were really most engaged with. I mean, obviously we had filters to make sure that people were part of a community, but even after those filters, there's differentiation in the degree to which people feel engaged and connected to the community. Perhaps not surprisingly, what we found was that strongest engagement was found in highly personal and greater good pursuits. So you can see some of the top indexing communities here. Things like religious organizations, charitable organizations, identity-oriented organizations. And the fact that this is not surprising, then we actually take this to be a validation of our approach. We're not barking up the wrong tree. This all makes sense. So while we want to understand what the total engagement level of all these different communities is, we also want to be able, we also want to understand, how they differ, because really when it gets down to using this data, a lot of what we're doing with it is understanding the differences between communities. So we found that communities tended to have a primary engagement profile. Some are more oriented towards membership or the sense of belonging. And you can see here that's where a lot of the sports communities are falling. Some have a more influence-oriented engagement profile. So this is generally things where you want to get information, you want to share, you want to be working towards change on the basis of that information that you're getting. For fulfillment, these tend to be hobby-oriented communities. So things we're doing for fun or, to keep busy or, just for our interests. And then those communities that have an emotional connection profile tend to be artistic. So again, understanding these differences in the end helps us activate against these different communities. And we didn't just leave it at that 8 battery of questions that we were terming engagement. We also included 41 different motivation / psychological statements on why people were participating in communities. And when we factored those 41 statements, we found that there were 7 broad groupings of reasons for participating in communities. Some communities, people were participating and had sort of an outward orientation where it was about understanding and connecting with others. Some had an inward orientation where you're more focused on yourself, your self-esteem, increasing your self-sufficiency. Others were about having fun and adventure, these sort of entertainment, good life, adventurous communities. Some were more about traditions, maintaining your cultural traditions. Some were about self-expression. Others were about challenges that people were facing in their everyday life. And some were just things that, people were doing out of habit, like watching TV or participating in discussions about shows. And again, on this theme of differentiation, what we found was that communities that you might think would be similar in fact have different motivational profiles. So here we're taking 2 communities around food. One is cooking at home, the other is dining enthusiasts. And you can see that this just, quick scan of the graph there, that there's a different profile. In this picture, the blue dots indicates a positive relationship with that motivational profile, and white indicates a negative relationship. And the size then of the dot is the strength of that relationship. So cooking at home is really about traditions. It's about self-esteem and self-sufficiency, or an inward motivation, where dining enthusiasts is about fun and adventure. And we saw this for multiple examples of communities that tangentially at least seem similar, but when you dig into it, they really have different motivation profiles. Okay, we are a media agency, so of course we had a large battery of questions on people's interactions with media and different touch points. And we asked this in 2 different ways. We had a separate battery for how did you get information about your community, and then what are the touch points that you were finding provided the best information that you then wanted to share out to your community. And we've used these both separately and then as combined measures. We found that the most powerful sources and channels are ones that rank highly on both of these different batteries. We do see differentiation across communities in the primary touch points that they're using. These are average numbers across all the different communities, and they're ranked within type by size. So, sites, not surprisingly, sites dedicated to a topic are a very common source of information and sharing for communities, followed by search, and then sites that are more general in nature, newsletters, web, newspapers that are digital, etc. And then on the social word-of-mouth side, not surprisingly, just talking to people is a primary source of information. Facebook is important, web reviews are important, and traditional media is also important. TV shows are sources of information for 40% of the community. Magazines are important, books, printed newspaper, radio, and also VOD. We have, of course, we have lots of information. We're just trying to give you a quick overview of the kinds of things that we collected. And I also want to give you a sense of how we're applying this within MediaVest. So some of our clients are taking a target group. They're profiling their target group against our communities. They're seeing which communities index highest against their target groups, and they're focusing in on that target group. This is an example where we have a client who's spending a lot of money on tent poles throughout the year. And they were they're looking for ways to really differentiate what they're doing on these different tent poles. So what we suggested to them was, well, tent poles are really built on the power of communities. So we lined up the different tent pole events that they were interested in being in, and we lined that up with the communities that are in our survey here. It's the blue boxes. And what we found when we dive into this, so in this example, I'm taking 3 different sports communities that the brand was interested in being in: the NCAA tournament, the X Games, and the US Open. We found that there are some shared motivations that community members express, that these events make them feel safe, it gives them something to look forward to, it gives them something to talk about with others, and it helps them feel connected to other people. But at the same time, there are some really unique motivations for each of the communities. So for college basketball, it makes people feel like they're part of a like-minded group of people, and it keeps them connected to their past. And these were things that aren't popping for X Games or for the US Open. For the X Games, makes people feel more stylish and trendy, and it provides them with a reassurance that there are other people out there that feel the same way that they do. So these are sort of more individualistic pursuits, but people are participating in the community aspect to feel both individual and connected. And finally, the US Open is more about connecting to traditions and to making people feel better about their lives. Similar story for touchpoints. There are some things that are similar, but we also identified things that were different. So when we go back to our planning teams or our media partners with information like this, we can suggest to them, hey, given what we understand about why people are participating in these communities that are forming the basis of these tent poles, we think this suggests different ways that you can activate against them. Okay, finally, implications for publishers. We do believe at MediaVest that community is at the heart of content creation and marketing, and we believe this for several different reasons. First, they're indicative of personal involvement and passion. So these are highly connected, collective, and provide a means of understanding human passion and connectivity. Second, they're primed to drive social scale and amplification. So communities are conduits for facilitating word of mouth, for facilitating social and sharing behaviors between brands and marketers. And they have unique needs and expectations. So again, this is some of the highlights that we've been showing you here. The engagement profiles and motivations can really inform how it is that we as marketers or as content providers can add value and make our community members' lives better. And finally, we did see that community members are really hungry to find that information that helps them understand their interest groups and also then connect with community members, so that this community understanding can really shape marketing and content strategies, both what we say to people and where we want to connect to them. That is all. Thank you.
All right. Well, we are right at 1 o'clock, so I'm going to respect everyone's calendars and end the session here. If you have questions for the final 3 presenters, I do suggest taking it directly to them. Those are all 3 quite different and very interesting presentations, and I think very helpful in all of our research practice. I'd like to, before closing, thank everyone, first of all, for coming and hanging in there through a very ambitious program where we tried to scrunch down some of the greatest hits from the Nice Symposium into one grueling morning. And thanks also to the presenters and to those who accommodated my request that we do a little bit of crunching of time to be able to make it all fit. Thanks again to our host and sponsor at Media Radar, yes. And thanks to Britta and Karen, who I think has already left, for help with me in sort of rethinking the program from Nice, in which things should be included in today's program. And thanks, of course, to Tony and the MPA for doing once again this echo of the symposium. For those who have not been to a PDRF symposium, I highly recommend. It's something you can't quite understand why people like it so much until you actually go to one and see what it's like when everyone's really kind of working through these things at great length and with great passion. It's good, very good learning experience, and it's its own very distinctive kind of community, very recognizable from what we just saw from Starcom. So thanks everyone, and have a great day.